Ballpark in the Bronx for ESPN's Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. Last year, the Yankees christened their new home with a 27th World Championship, with visions of a repeat this year. But there are still games that must be won, and the once heavy favorites now find themselves slumping and struggling to clinch their spot in baseball's postseason. Tonight they face their rival, the Red Sox. Carefree, but still competing. Boston tries to sweep this three-game series from New York and keep their own faint playoff pulse alive. It is a cool, windy night here at Yankee Stadium for the finale of this series, and it starts to feel like October with the weather cooling off considerably since earlier in the weekend. The Red Sox and the Yankees, one team with real aspirations for October baseball. The other probably will go home in a week. The Yankees a game back of Tampa Bay. The Rays lost today. The Red Sox 5.5 out, not eliminated yet in the wild card, but it's getting very close. And the Yankees could clinch no worse than a tie for that if they win here tonight. Hello, everyone. I'm John Miller, along with the ace right-hander, the Bulldog, Oral Hershiser, and the Hall of Fame second baseman, Joe Morgan. Welcome to Sunday Night Baseball. 3 weeks ago, the Yankees were on top of the world. They'd won 8 straight games. They led the division by 2.5 games over the Rays. They were 10 games ahead of the Red Sox. Since then, they've gone 6-13. And there's so much talent here. Jeter, A-Rod, Teixeira. But the Yankees' most consistently great player has been their second baseman, Robinson Cano, Joe. So I guess they'll look to all those guys to pick it up a little bit, but especially Cano. Well, Cano has been, in my opinion, the most valuable player in the league. And that's very important this year because the Yankees, when you look at them, Derek Jeter, Alex Rodriguez, Mark Teixeira have not had their normal great years, so he's become more important. He's driven in 104 runs. But the question is, can they win the World Championship? I think they can. And one of the reasons is because now these guys are starting to get hot. Derek Jeter has a 14-game hitting streak. Curtis Granderson is even starting to hit home runs. And Alex Rodriguez has hit 3 in his last 5 at-bats. So they are capable, but they're still going to have to be led by MVP Robinson Cano. So Cano having quite the year on both sides as well. Now, when the day began, the Yankees starter was going to be Dustin Mosley instead of Phil Hughes. But this afternoon, Joe Girardi announced he's changed his mind. He's going to go with the 17-game winner, Hughes, who was originally going to be bypassed. And or they want to keep his innings down, maybe keep him strong for October. But all of a sudden, he's in there anyway.
Well, he is in there because the Yankees need a win. 4-game losing streak, possible sweep to Boston. And Phil Hughes, no matter what his innings total is, he needs to pitch for them and pitch well. The last 4 games in this losing streak, you see the starters' numbers, but the innings pitched. Look at the top line. The longest outing, 5 1/3 by CeCe on Thursday. They need some innings. They've had 17 relief appearances over those 4 games. The bullpen was shot. So Phil Hughes would have been in the bullpen anyway, but now start him because he has been the stopper on this team other than CeCe. In the 10 starts that he's had following Yankee losses, 8 wins. They need one of those wins tonight. Reduces their magic number to 1 to get in the playoffs.
So the Red Sox with a chance to make life miserable for the Yankees and sweep them right here at home. The Yankees have lost these 4 straight games, all at home, and this is their last home game of the regular season. Phil Hughes heading in for the bullpen. Red Sox, Yankees on our final Sunday Night Baseball telecast of the year. First pitch when we come back. Okay. All right. Who's talking about that? Before
you and Joe.
One, two, three, four.
ESPN Sunday Night Baseball is presented by Taco Bell. Think outside the bun. And in part by Lee. Getting comfortable never looks so good.
Aerial coverage of tonight's game from Yankee Stadium provided by the MetLife Blimp. See how MetLife can provide the coverage you need. Yankees and Red Sox from Yankee Stadium. And Terry Francona, who has never won a Manager of the Year award, never even received a first place vote for same. Here is his batting order presented by Taco Bell. Red Sox will have Marco Scutaro leading it off at second base. J.D. Drew, who homered yesterday in right field. Victor Martinez, who also homered yesterday. He homers here a lot at Yankee Stadium. He's the catcher. David Ortiz closing in on 100 RBIs, the designated hitter. Adrian Beltre having a huge year at third base. Jed Lowry at shortstop, switch hitting shortstop, hitting sixth. Ryan Kalish, young prospect for the minor leagues, highly thought of, center field. Bill Hall, a veteran, out in left field. And Lars Anderson, also out of the farm system, is at first base, batting ninth. Here's Drew, and in the foreground, Scutaro. Of course, very much evident. He is number 65, Phil Hughes, and the Yankees, I think, surprised some people because they had announced that Hughes was not going to make this start, but rather Dustin Mosley. They wanted to keep Hughes' innings down, maybe keep him fresh for the postseason. But with the losses here at home this week, and as Oral pointed out, the lack of innings from the starting pitchers, the bullpen has been tattered and torn. They decided, hey, we need to win a game. So Joe Girard said, well, Hughes is in there. He also said he didn't have a long man with Mosley pitching, because Mosley would have been the long man. He said that would have made Hughes the long man. And he says, what, we would end up bringing Hughes in? If we're going to do that, let's just start him. So Hughes makes the start. And Marco Scutaro stands in, and this game is underway. And this guy can bring it.
Yes, he can. Marco Scutaro looking to get on base to try and complete the sweep for the Red Sox. But the key for Phil Hughes is his preparation was the same coming into this start.
Right center field. Swisher. And there is one away.
Well, one of the things when I asked Girardi, I said, to keep this from looking like you're panicking, did you have to go to your players and tell them, hey, guys, this is something that I wanted to do? He said, no. He said, everybody in the clubhouse knows exactly why I'm doing it, and they know what we're trying to accomplish here. And he made a real good point after that, I thought. He said, we're trying to win the division. We're not just trying to get into the playoffs.
Here is J.D. Drew, and the fastball is inside for ball one. Three infielders to the right of second. And they said Hughes always knew that it was still possible he would make this start. As a fastball in for a called strike. He said that Hughes did all of his normal work and preparation between starts, just as if he were going to make the start. So this was not a surprise to him, and he's certainly not unprepared for this start. That foul tip into the glove of Jorge Posada. Nope. Three infielders had been to the right of second. Now with two strikes, Derek Jeter moves back a little bit That's short. Over to the left side. 1-2 to Drew. Curveball. Struck him out. That was the hammer. That was big, sharp, sweeping breaker.
That's the key for Phil Hughes' outing. The curveball is one of the pitches that will keep his pitch count down. He threw 112 against Tampa Bay in his last outing and 6 1/3, but you see how sharp that was. And as much as that ball broke where it started, that will set up his high fastball, and where it finished, that will get a swing and a miss.
You know, I was surprised to see him move back over with 2 strikes. Jeter moved back. I don't understand why more teams do not do that. When the hitter's ahead in the count, yeah, he's going to pull it, but a lot of times you may want to play him straight up with 2 strikes because he may slap a ball the other way.
It is unusual to see a team actually do that, though. Here, as you say, Victor Martinez, and that is high for ball 1. Martinez, as do a lot of power hitters in particular, likes to hit in this yard. He has hit 8 home runs at the new Yankee Stadium, the most homers by any visiting player. On the outside corner for a strike. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, from the right side, John, he's phenomenal. I mean, unbelievable. I mean, look at the at-bats. He's had 324 bats batting left-handed with 8 home runs and 145 right-handed with 11 home runs. So from the right side, I would think that if you were late in the ball game, you would not want him to hit right-handed.
Much higher batting average, much more.
Well, the power is what's important.
David Ortiz would be next. Left center field. Brett Gardner tracks it down in the alleyway and holds him to a single.
And that's why he's such a good hitter, John. That was a good breaking ball down, and he didn't try to pull it. He went the other way with it, and that's why he is a perennial 300 hitter. There's a breaking ball. Look where it ends up, down and off the plate. And he just still doesn't try to pull it. Look, he extends out and goes the other way. That's a beautiful swing. Watch, he keeps his hips there and just goes the other way with his upper body.
Now David Ortiz. Ortiz, who has had 31 homers to lead the Red Sox, 98 runs batted in, second on the club. He finished last year with 99 RBIs, and he said he didn't think much of it until the season was over, and he realized everybody thinks I had a bad year. I didn't drive it 100. He said that 1 extra. I needed that 1 extra.
Baseball is probably the only sport where that 1 extra does make a big difference, John.
Robinson Cano playing him in shallow right field. And that fastball is in at the knees for a strike.
A guy hits 299. They say, well, he's got a good year. If he hits 300, they say he had a great year. That's only 1 more point. He drives in 99. That's a good year. But if he drives in 100, man, he's a stud. So I understand exactly what David Ortiz was talking about.
The pitcher the same way. You win 19, right? Get that 20th. You're over that barrier. That cultural barrier that is kind of stamps you as you are one of the best.
Change up in there for a strike, and the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, for the record, let us point out last year, CC Sabathia won 19. This year he's got 20.
He won 19 the year before as well.
See, I didn't remember that.
You're right. No, you're right.
1-2 the count. And a foul back out of play.
You know, I talked to David for a long time, as I usually do, because he's one of my favorite players in the game to talk to. And, you know, I get the sense, he didn't say it, but I get the sense that he's not real happy with the fact that, you know, he doesn't have a new contract, and I guess they haven't, you know, started to get serious about it. And he's wondering what he has to do to be, you know, to get a contract.
And that's a ball. Well, one thing, the Red Sox do have an option for his services for next year, reportedly at $12 million. So the Red Sox may just say, well, you're already under contract.
Well, but according to a player, when you talk to players, that's not the way it goes. I mean, an option is an option. It's not a contract, you know, for the next year. Because they don't pick it up, then he doesn't have one.
That's a foul ball. Teixeira was able to get over and get it, but on the foul side of the line.
David Ortiz is not a Red Sox next year, this team will look completely different. And they have a lot of decisions to make around their whole club. But I think this will be one of the biggest ones.
Well, I think it's the biggest one.
Victor Martinez behind the plate, who's at first base.
But I think also, David Ortiz has proven over the years he's the guy that makes things happen, especially in the late innings.
Right field, back goes Swisher. He's waiting for it. Comes in a little bit now. Perhaps the wind even knocked it down. One hit, one left. Daisuke Matsuzaka on the hill for the Red Sox. Jeter coming up. Red Sox nothing. Yankees coming up. And the batting order turned in by manager Joe Girardi, presented by Taco Bell. Jeter at the top. His average still low, but he's been coming up here lately. Nick Swisher in right field having an excellent year. Mark Teixeira, big power numbers, not so much batting average. Alex Rodriguez at third base. Power numbers great. Robinson Cano, strong MVP candidate at second. Jorge Posada, the veteran catcher. Lance Berkman, the former Astro, the designated hitter. Curtis Granderson, 7 homers his last 10 games. Center field, and the speedy Brett Gardner in left field, batting ninth. Daisuke Matsuzaka on the mound as Jeter heads to the plate. And Daisuke can be tough to hit, but he can take a while to throw a pitch.
Yeah, Daisuke is rough in the first inning, too. 7.83 is ERA in the first inning. And one of the things I think is a challenge for him is not exposing his whole repertoire as he tries to get through the first inning so he can go deeper into the game. But the thing I would look at most of all is his rhythm and his pace. It's too slow for me.
So Daisuke Matsuzaka to Derek Jeter. Just that little hit swivel, and that is a fastball for a strike. He's got that hesitation in the middle of his delivery, and then he also kind of jiggles his hips a little bit while he's hesitating. Jeter 267 for the year, but he's had at least a hit in each of his last 14 games and has hit 322 in that stretch. Did some work on the side with some extra work on the side with hitting instructor Kevin Long, and they feel that has paid dividends for Jeter. Is strike 2 now to Derek Jeter. 1 ball, 2 strikes with Nick Swisher and Mark Teixeira to follow. The Yankees are really struggling, and they've had their times this year where they weren't playing as well as at other times, but this now is going on for 3 weeks and 4 straight losses at home. And there's the hard slider. Down and away.
Well, sometimes when you're a veteran team as the Yankees are, and these guys have been through the war so many times, you get to a certain point and you feel like, well, we're going to get to the playoffs. And it's not a conscious effort that you start to slow down, but a lot of times you do.
2-2 the count. On the inside corner, strike 3 call. 99th time this year Jeter has struck out.
What I really like about this at bat for Dice K is the fact that he only threw one breaking ball. Derek Jeter helped him out on a swing to get the second strike. But the last pitch, he goes to his fastball and he actually hits his target. The K-zone disagrees. But with 2 strikes, Joe and I have talked about it most of the year, a lot of times you need to swing the bat when you get a pitch that close.
Jeter, .317 lifetime average before this year. And he's in the midst of his worst season as a big leaguer. Here's Nick Swisher. At least for batting, his defense has been pretty good. Nick Swisher hitting .348 in this homestand. Most Yankees have not been hitting that well on the homestand as they've been on this losing streak. Pop fly. And there's Bill Hall. 2 down.
Now, the thing with Dice K that I see so far, here he is in the first inning. He struggled in the first inning this year, but he is trying to pound the strike zone with his fastball, establishing one pitch and then pitching away from that. I think tonight, right now, trying to get on the beam, the 7.83 in the first inning. And the other thing, the other streak he has working is 4 earned runs in 7 consecutive starts. He has just not pitched well. But right now, living with the fastball, John and Joe, and I really think that's what you need to establish. He's capable of throwing 6, 7 types of pitches, but establish one of them and pitch off of it.
Mark Teixeira. He had 2 home runs here in the Friday night game. Got the inside with that fastball. 1-1 to Teixeira.
From a hitter's perspective, every great pitcher I've ever seen worked off the fastball. Whether it be a sinking fastball or a riding fastball, they all worked off of that pitch.
And it's a ball and 2 strikes to Teixeira, hitting only .254. We're used to seeing his average up around 300 with all the power.
Well, it's even worse than that, John. In the last 19 ball games, he's hitting less than that. He's 10 for his last 68. He's hitting 147.
That is strike 3 called. A slider snaps in there, and a very strong first inning for Daisuke. Only 11 pitches and out. No score. On to the second. Adrian Beltre coming up. Yankees nothing, Red Sox nothing. Adrian Beltre his first year with the Red Sox, and what a success it's been for him personally, hitting .320. He chases the high fastball from Phil Hughes, and it's 0-1. Beltre, 28 homers, 46 doubles, a .320 average, 99 runs batted in. He's fourth in the league in batting average. And Hughes misses down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. The most extra base hits in a first season playing with the Red Sox, Ted Williams as a rookie at 86. Jimmy Fox, a Hall of Famer, he came to the Red Sox in the mid-30s. He had 81. And Adrian Beltre, third on that list for most extra base hits in a first season. Actually tied for third with Manny Ramirez.
We ended the top of the first with talking about the decisions the Red Sox have. Here's another huge decision. David Ortiz, Victor Martinez, and Adrian Beltre, another one. They have an option.
A lot of cut to that pitch, and a swinging strike 2. Hughes looks pretty sharp so far tonight.
We've seen the big breaking ball, but here the cutter, and that is late. When that blur of the pitch is shown, and it's that short but that big, that is late.
Back to the high fastball, fouled back and out of play. So Beltre hangs alive. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jed Lowry and Ryan Kalish to follow for the Red Sox here in the second. Jeter from the hole sets himself. 1 away. Let's go to the studio now to Mike Yam and a Baseball Tonight update. And James Shields continues to struggle here in the month of September. His record now drops down to 13-14. His ERA above 5. Lowry in right center to Swisher. 2 down. In the American League East, the Tampa Bay Rays with a 1-game lead over the Yankees. And they have the best record in the majors right now. Twins have lost a couple of games since clinching. But the Rays are also only 12-11 in September. They could have built up a very big lead over the Yankees for first place. The Yankees are well ahead of the Red Sox, 5.5 in the wild card. But they have lost 13 of their last 19 games. If the Red Sox win tonight, they would be 4.5 games out, which is not to say, therefore, they're right in it. On the other hand, they have 3 games head-to-head with the Yankees next weekend at Fenway.
This is do or die for the Red Sox, and it's a big game for the Yankees. This is not just some throwaway regular season game for the Yankees to get themselves in order. They made that decision when they went to Phil Hughes tonight. And the Red Sox, they're playing for a chance to get to the playoffs, a long shot.
Kalish, the rookie, that one carrying well, and Granderson runs it down. Out in deep center. 3 up, 3 down against Hughes. A-Rod coming up. Then Robinson Cano, Jorge Posada, 0-0. 21st season with Sunday Night Baseball and Major League Baseball coverage in general on ESPN. And this is our final Sunday night telecast of our 21st year, although more baseball coming up a little bit later in the week as pennant races still being played out, particularly in the National League. Alex Rodriguez, third in the league in runs batted in, 117 batted in. And his batting average has been climbing a little bit as well. And I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, we wouldn't have thought that A-Rod was a real good shot for 30 home runs yet again. And yet, here he is with
28. I think he'll make it.
He's closing in.
Well, he got last year on the final day, he drove in 6 or 7 runs to get to 100.
He hit 2 homers and drove in 7 all in one inning on the final game of the season.
Yeah.
And that finished him with 30 homers and 100 RBIs.
Unbelievable.
I really didn't see that one coming.
And he's the only guy that's done it 13 times.
And Daisuke, he's got that good slider working right now.
He's changed the repertoire from the first inning. First inning, he was establishing the fastball, used the slider only twice, I think. And here, showing the breaking ball to get back in the count with Alex Rodriguez.
Robinson Cano on deck. There's that little hip swivel. And the fastball right by him. Third strikeout for Daisuke.
Well, Alex Rodriguez has a tough time hitting Daisuke. 2 for 19 coming in. It's a 105 lifetime average against him. That's Alex's second lowest all time against pitchers that he's faced. And I'll tell you what, after this 2-0 count, he gets back in the count with the breaking ball, 2 sliders to the inner half of the plate, and then finishes them with the fastball riding up. 2 for 20 now.
Now here is Robinson Cano.
When a pitcher hesitates out there and he has a good fastball, I think that makes it far more difficult to hit than a guy with a smooth delivery.
Robinson Cano fouls one back to the screen. A fastball. Cano hitting .317, 28 homers, 39 doubles, 104 RBIs. Turns the double play beautifully. Covers a lot of ground at second and has only made 3 errors.
That's amazing to me because that was always his Achilles heel, was his defense. They said he would lose concentration out there. Well, when I talked to him today, he explained all that to me.
And the fastball fouled back again. 0-2.
And we'll have some interviews with him later on.
I saw you chatting with him.
Yeah. I interviewed him about 3 or 4 different things.
He's definitely in the conversation for AL MVP with all the accolades and numbers he's putting up.
I think if you look at what he has done in comparison to the fact that a lot of the other players on this team are having off years, I think he's the guy.
He would get my vote if I had one.
Yeah, those 2 guys right there are great players, but they have not had great seasons. They haven't had poor seasons, but not great seasons.
Well, it started right in spring training when they said we're going to move him up to 5th in the order. We're going to give him more responsibility. We expect the defense to stay solid even with the offensive responsibility.
1-2 to Cano.
He has not disappointed Joe Girardi at all.
And that slider base hit into left field. He had struck out Daisuke, had Jeter, Teixeira, and A-Rod already. But although he got ahead of Cano, Cano gets the hit.
Well, he struck the other ones out with a fastball. That's a little cut fastball or a breaker or a slider. I don't know what he calls it, but you can see Cano stays back on it and then goes the other way. Doesn't try to pull it. He keeps that front shoulder in, and then he just goes right back through the middle. Is where he was aiming, but he caught it a little late, so you go to left center a little bit. So good hitting there. That's why he's one of the better hitters in the league.
And got some, as always, here at Yankee Stadium, fans doing the hip hip Jorge cheer. Switch hitter. And it's ball 1. Posada hitting .257, 18 homers, 57 runs batted in, 5 for his last 19. The OPS still pretty good, especially for a catcher who's been around as long as Posada's been around. Still a guy who can hurt you with the bat. Daisuke from the stretch. Cano at first, a short lead. That's Kalish in center field. Line drive by Posada, but right to Kalish. 2 down, Cano back to first.
And the difference there is he got the fastball down. I still think his fastball, when he's throwing as well as he started tonight, is still tougher to hit than some of those breaking balls he's throwing because they just kind of roll a little bit. But that fastball was down, and Posada, being a normal left-handed hitter, handles that low fastball much better than, say, Rodriguez from the right side.
Here is Lance Berkman, the former Astro. Right now, Berkman and the right-handed hitting Marcus Thames have been platooning as a designated hitter. Berkman, who had some huge years in the National League at his best, was always a better left-handed hitter than a right-hander. And Thames has enormous power from the right side. So Berkman being used almost exclusively as a lefty right now. You see he's hitting 100 points higher this year as a left-handed batter, and his average has been on the climb since they started using him almost exclusively from the left side. Cano at first, 2 down, and a high foul off the left field side back into the crowd.
It seems like a lot of the hitters on this Yankee team have had some sessions with Kevin Long, the batting coach, that have fixed a lot of things, and a lot of this happened for Lance Berkman when he was on the disabled list. He got some time not only to get himself healthy, get his knee a little stronger, and find out that from the knee problems that he had in the past year and rehabbing it, that Kevin Long said he wasn't using his legs and his knees, and that has really helped him, the DL time, not only to heal up, but also to get some extra batting practice.
Change up from Daisuke, and it's 1-2. Lance Berkman traded to the Yankees by Houston, and Roy Oswalt to the Phillies from Houston. And both on teams that should be playing in October. The Phillies will definitely be there. The Yankees almost certainly. But that's why Phil Hughes is going tonight. There's still this little lingering little doubt because they played so poorly the last 3 weeks and their pitching has been in disarray.
I think it makes a lot of sense to pitch Hughes tonight. If you can win this ball game, then you can decide to rest him later on. But this game is very important, not only to the Yankees, but of course to the Red Sox.
He swung. There's that hard slider, and that's 4 strikeouts for Daisuke in the first 2 innings. Daisuke needs a strong one, and he's off to a good start in that direction. On to the third, no score. The Wild Wild West. The Giants go home for the rest of the season now, and the Padres are home with the Chicago Cubs coming in. And then they will finish in San Francisco next weekend. And the Padres with that half-game lead over Atlanta in the wild card division. And the Rockies, who lost 2 out of 3 to the Giants, and they had lost 4 in a row on the road before they got home. And so they have faded big time, although not completely out of it just yet. Bill Hall, and he takes a fastball in there for a strike. Bill Hall has played a lot more, I think, than people thought he would with all of the injury problems. He's a very versatile player, can play the infield and the outfield. Red Sox have had a lot of call for his services this year, and Hall has 18 home runs in 327 at bats, and you see all the places he started. And I think the places he started the most is where the Red Sox expected he'd start the least, in the outfield. But the outfield has been decimated with the injuries for almost the entire season to Jacoby Ellsbury, most of the season for Mike Cameron. J.D. Drew has played in 134 games for them, so he's missed some time as well. And Hall has been the guy playing all over the place.
Well, obviously, he's doing what's best for the team by playing in the outfield, but he still thinks of himself as an infielder. And he said his favorite spot is second base. He'd love to play, he likes to play second base. So, but obviously, if you're going to stay with the Red Sox and Pedroia, you're not going to play a lot of second base.
19 different Red Sox have been on the disabled list this year, including 9 former or current All-Stars. 6 opening day starters in their lineup have spent time on the disabled list.
Well, the Phillies had a similar type situation. A lot of their guys were hurt, but the difference is they got their guys back for the stretch runs. Chase Utley was out. Rollins is still out, but he came back for a while. But they were out for a long period of time, but they were able to come back and play before the season's over. And Pedroia, of course, out for the season, and Euclid out. And Cameron and Jacoby Ellsbury.
So really, all things considered, for the Red Sox to have as good a record as they do, I think means a lot of nice work by Francona, and that ball not caught, and Hall to second, and he'll stop there as Swisher had to go chase it. He thought he could make the dive and make the catch, and he ended up missing it.
Well, Swisher's had a bad knee for a while, and he sat out a few ball games, but you could tell when the way he was running, he wasn't at full speed here. But he's got a bad left knee. You can see him hobbling coming in, and he makes the dive. He gives it a great effort, but he just can't quite get there.
There's no spring in the legs right there when you see those first steps, and there's no real burst of speed. He's just trying to stride it out right from the beginning. Winston a little bit right there.
His left knee giving him a lot of trouble. And another area of concern for the Yankees. Sharp curveball from Phil Hughes, too low to Lars Anderson. ESPN's coverage of Major League Baseball and the hunt for October will continue on Wednesday with a doubleheader starting at 4:30 Eastern. The Florida Marlins take on the Atlanta Braves. The Braves, Bobby Cox's final year. Are they going to make it to the postseason? They're a half game out of the wild card right now. Then at 10 Eastern on Wednesday night, the Arizona Diamondbacks in San Francisco up against the Giants. Wednesday Night Baseball, part of Lee Jean's Hunt for October on ESPN and ESPN3.com. Lars Anderson hits a foul down off his foot. Anderson, another prospect up from the Red Sox farm system. Getting a look at him here in September.
There's a lot of talk, John, that some of these young guys, Kalish, of course, is the one they think is going to be the best. And then you have Anderson. They feel like that they can use these guys in the winter to make some trades if they have to. They have some potential.
Anderson, born in Oakland, California. And he's just turned 23.
I actually know where that is.
You've been there?
Yeah, I've been there. Lived there most of my life.
That's great for the Red Sox and the rest of Major League Baseball to see these young guys up here. Not great for the Red Sox that they're playing. They'd rather have their starters out there, but to see what they have, see what their future may hold.
A lot easier to evaluate players at the big league level in the triple-decker stadiums with the big lights. Kalish there was getting a lot of at-bats, making an impact.
I know the Red Sox, are getting a look, like you say, of these young players. But I still have to question what happened this year. I still feel like maybe they should have gone out when they felt like Youkilis wasn't coming back, Pedroia wasn't coming back, that they could have gone out and brought in some major league players to replace some of these guys. Cameron out, Jacoby Ellsbury. They made a decision, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's up to them to make the decision. They made a decision that they were going to go with the young players from the minor leagues, but now they're not going to make the playoffs more than likely. I feel like if they would have brought in some major league players to take up the slack, they may have had a chance.
2-2 the count to Anderson. Granderson in center field. Tagging is Hall, and he'll move over to third. So Lars Anderson hits it deep enough into the outfield that Hall moves over to third. So that's a productive out for Lars Anderson.
And I think, Joe, I think you're a little bit right. I think that the fact that Boston almost gave up on the season maybe a little early, and the Yankees took things for granted a little early, and now we've got the coin is kind of flipped on both of them. The Yankees need a win, and then Boston is like, wow, we really could have had a shot.
I think that I have to feel like they're thinking that now. Because, look, at one point they had a big payroll. They said, we're not going to add to it. I understand that. You make those decisions. But I also feel like you've already invested a lot of money into this team. You have to protect that investment. And I'm not so sure they did. I'm not, it's not my money, so it's easy for me to say that. But I still believe that when Pedroia and those guys went down, they had an opportunity to bring in some major league players to fill the gaps instead of using the guys from Pawtucket.
They lost their leadoff man, Ellsbury, who only played 18 games the whole year. Pedroia, generally the number 2 hitter in the order, who played 75 games. That's a foul out of play by the leadoff man, Marco Scutaro, with a runner at third in a scoreless game. Kevin Youkilis, either the third or fourth place hitter.
Correct.
Only played 102 games. Victor Martinez also went down at one point. In fact, the game after Pedroia broke his foot, there was a broken toe on the foot for Victor Martinez as well.
But if you knew they were not coming back, that's my point.
Marco Scutaro and Phil Hughes made short work of him. 2 down.
You talk about the Red Sox and maybe possibly giving up on the season, not adding major league players. When you have a rotation that the Red Sox have with Beckett, Lester, Lackey, Buchholz, and Matsuzaka, and you think, what can these guys reel off? And then you don't anticipate Tampa Bay and the Yankees going through their little spins. Tampa Bay, September, barely over 500. The Yankees in their last 19, they lose 13. They did not expect this kind of current in the American League East.
Well, I agree, but look, you make decisions. Sometimes they work, sometimes they do not.
Exactly.
So they made a decision. I'm sure they knew what they were doing. They made that decision that they were not going to replace those players. And they're going to ultimately pay the price by not being in the playoffs unless something dramatically happens to the Yankees in the next week or so.
There was a long period of time where they thought maybe Pedroia would come back for the last 6 weeks or so of the season, and he tried to come back, and almost immediately they realized that it just wasn't going to work.
Well, early in his rehab, he even got out in front of what the doctors wanted him to do, and I'm not sure that cost him. And the fact that just the injury to his foot just did not get better.
J.D. Drew, the hitter, with a runner at third and 2 down. There's Pedroia. He finally had the surgery for the injury, which definitely put him out for the rest of the year. But he stayed with the ball club, puts the uniform on. That's a called strike. He got the low strike. Drew thought he had the walk with Victor Martinez coming up next. Called back by plate umpire Phil Cuzzy. It's 3-1.
Well, remember, it's the hollow of the knee, not the top of the knee. That's the bottom, and K-Zone agrees with J.D. Drew.
3-1. Right by him. 3-2. Hughes has been able to power that fastball by a few hitters.
The thing I like about this outing for Phil Hughes is this is an adrenaline outing. This is an outing where you have to be the stopper. The Yankees have lost 4 in a row. And remember, when he grew into the pitcher that we think he is, that made an all-star this year, it was because of the bullpen, adrenaline, and being aggressive. And that's what this outing lends itself to.
Runner at third, 2 down. 3-2 the count. And he almost hit him. Definitely walked him. And 2 men are on for Victor Martinez. So Phil Hughes in a little bit of a jam now. Martinez homered yesterday and has hit 8 home runs in the 2 years of new Yankee Stadium. There's Bill Hall, who led off the inning with a double. And now Drew takes up at first. The first walk allowed by Phil Hughes. Hughes has been great for the Yankees this year after they've lost a game, which they did, of course, the last 4 days. He's 8-0 when he's been the starter after they lost. He's also 11-4 in this ballpark this year. Sharp curve knocked down by Jorge Posada, keeping the runners right where they were.
Well, interesting, you have a veteran catcher behind the plate calling a curveball on the first pitch here with first and third 2 out. Remember, Victor Martinez got a hit on a curveball's last at bat. So catcher versus catcher, young pitcher on the mound at 24. We're not going to throw. You go right to the fastball and go opposite. We're going to throw the pitch that you got a hit on. He thinks maybe he's sitting on the fastball because he got a hit in the curveball with men in scoring position. No, we'll go back with the curveball. We still got confidence in it.
The big hitters up right now for the Red Sox. Victor Martinez, Big Papi, David Ortiz on deck. Fastball, base hit. Well, it appeared that he was sitting on that fastball, and it is 1-0. And just back to the bag, J.D. Drew. Swisher threw behind Drew at second with Jeter right there. And Jeter pleaded with Jerry Crawford for the call. He thought he got him.
All right, 2 things that happened there. You've got the hole over on the right side. And if you're Martinez, you're looking for something that you can pull. Now, he pulled the fastball, but I think he could have also pulled the curveball. The last time he hit the curveball to left center, there were 2 strikes. There's a little different there with 2 strikes. See, there's the hole on the right side. He's looking for anything that he can pull through there. You look fastball first, and then you can work off that, the curveball, and you see the close play at second base. But I still thought he was safe at second. J.D. Drew just relaxing, going around the bag.
Man, he fell asleep.
It was almost like that deke play you see at third where the third baseman is deking the runner like no throw is coming, and Jeter did a nice casual loop to the inside part of second base, and then he knew the ball was going to second base right there, but he didn't want to show until the last second.
Well, that's what they're doing, though. They're pitching backwards, so to speak. David Ortiz just missed the fastball last time, and just barely. So what does he do? He comes back with a fastball again. So another smart pitch there.
Ortiz,
as far as pitch selection.
He hit a fly ball to right field. Change up. Strike 2 call. 1-0. The Red Sox have gone ahead on the RBI single by Victor Martinez. And a chance to score more here. David Ortiz, who's had 5 hits in 10 career at-bats against Phil Hughes. Three infielders to the right of second. Way late on that fastball. Hughes made Big Papi look bad. 2 men stranded, but the Red Sox get a run. Curtis Granderson coming up, and the Yankees, who've lost 4 in a row, are trailing. Stadium here in the Bronx, and the aerial coverage provided by the MetLife Blimp. MetLife provides the unique protection you need for today's most important ifs in your life. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan and Oral Hershiser. And the Yankees come up trailing by a run against Daisuke Matsuzaka. Now, Daisuke did not have much of a history of succeeding against the Yankees. Got a 6.31 lifetime earned run average against the rivals. But he's come out very sharp so far tonight. Curtis Granderson been hitting the long ball lately with great frequency. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike to Granderson.
What I like most about Daisuke tonight is he's only using really his fastball and his slider. And when you are jack of all trades, master of none, which are a lot of his outings, compared to really bearing down on a couple, 2-3 pitches and becoming an expert, that's what.
That ball is blasted foul.
But that's what you can become then, a really good pitcher. You get respect for the pitches from the hitters, and then you learn yourself the difference with one pitch, how to make it break more, how to take it to one side of the plate, how to take it to the other side of the plate, how to start a hitter off with it, how to finish a hitter, and that's what he's done so far tonight with his fastball and his slider.
2-2 now to the dangerous Curtis Granderson. 251 average, but 23 homers, 63 batted in. And considering how poorly he started this season, then he got hurt, was out for a while. His numbers are looking pretty strong. And Scutaro throws him out. 1 away.
And what I mean by these sliders that I'm watching with him, you know, we've seen him use the fastball establisher, but then the slider has been a pitch. Back door to a lefty to Teixeira, front door to Alex Rodriguez, a righty, and then a finish pitch to Berkman where he started it low and finished it. Stick with a few pitches, establish them, gain respect. Then when those pitches start to lose their edge because you get tired, you get to your 80th pitch, you have the rest of your repertoire to surprise the hitter with instead of something they've already seen.
After the hip swivel, here's Brett Gardner. Fastball very high. So he does have a huge variety of pitches. Fastball, cutter, slider, changeup.
Exactly.
Even a little curveball. He'll throw the 4-seam fastball and the 2-seam fastball. And that fastball is up and away to Brett Gardner, 2-0.
I'd love to hear Joe's perspective on it, because as a pitcher, I always wanted to establish something. You talked about the fastball and great pitchers establishing that, but when you faced a guy that had 5-6 pitches, what was your thought?
Well, I didn't really worry about numbers 3 and 4 pitches until we got deeper into the count. The first pitch, I was looking for something hard or soft, not in between. For instance, you look for something hard, whether that be a fastball or a slider or a cut fastball. That's a hard pitch. And then the other slow pitches, obviously, are curveballs, changeups, and the other trick pitches, the gyro ball and all that he throws. But I wouldn't look for any of that until after I got deeper in the count.
Got the high strike. So it's 3-1 now to Brett Gardner. No walks so far by Daisuke. The walk is one of his signatures.
That's news. 4.35 for every 9 innings. That's second in, to Scott Kazmir?
It's been the bane of his existence as a Red Sox. That one is right down the middle.
But again, you know, why would you be walking anybody when you're only throwing 2 types of pitches so far, and you're really establishing them, and you're aggressive with them, and you start to understand yourself?
Well, I'm going to give the pitching coach and Victor Martinez a little credit here, too. The Yankees have seen this guy a lot of times, and in the past he has thrown him a lot of different pitches.
In left field, Bill Hall.
And I think now he's pitching, as you're saying, he's using the fastball, and they're looking for those other 3 or 4 pitches that he throws. Because it just seems that anytime you see a major league hitter, a good hitter, take a fastball right down the middle, that tells you that he was looking for something else. Now, if they make it on the edge, you say, well, a good pitch, and I don't want to swing at it. But right down the middle, you can't take those for strike 2, as we just saw there from Brett Gardner. Brett took the fastball right down the middle for strike 2.
Derek Jeter called out on strikes his first time. 4 strikeouts in the first 2 innings for Daisuke Matsuzaka. There's that sharp breaking ball, ball one.
One of the things I think that would convince Dice K to try a basic repertoire and not use so many different pitches is the fact that he's had such rough outings over the last 7 outings, that he has really been in a slump.
But I think it's also from the hitter's side, sometimes you have too much information as well. For instance, they know exactly how he's pitched them in the past. They know exactly what he throws, 1-0, 2-1. And sometimes you have that information in the back of your mind, and he throws the opposite, so you take the fastball right down the middle, as we saw Brett Gardner take. Again, I think they're looking for other pitches because of the history that they have with him and how he's pitched them in the past. So now he has changed that philosophy, and they're going to have to make adjustments as the game goes along.
Jeter fouling that fastball away off to the right. He's behind in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes with 2 down and nobody on.
I still believe sometimes as a hitter you can have too much information, and you go up to the plate with something in mind rather than going up there and reacting to what you see.
Well, when Dice K came over here in 2006, he was the MVP of the World Baseball Classic, burst onto the scene with the Red Sox. First season in the big leagues was 07.
Strike 3 called. A fastball got him looking.
That's what I'm talking about.
5 Ks for ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell. And we head into the 4th inning. Phil Hughes made the start. If you weren't with us earlier, Hughes was scheduled to be bypassed to keep his innings count down. But when we got to the ballpark, Joe Girardi announced that Hughes, in fact, was going to make the start because the Yankees not only have been losing, they need a win. They haven't clinched anything yet. And the bullpen has been battered and abused in the last few days. Nobody's gone deep into a game. So Dustin Mosley was supposed to have started this game, but he said, hey, he wouldn't have had a long man. Hughes would have had to be the long man. So he said, the heck with it. Hughes has won 17 games. They need a win. They're trying to get themselves into the postseason. So Hughes made the start. He's allowed 1 run and 3 hits so far. That foul ball got a piece of Jorge Posada. Joe Girardi, Yankee manager, out there with Georgie as they try to let him shake it off here.
John, I think there's another way to look at the Hughes situation as well. He's a young pitcher, and young pitchers have a tougher time laying off for like 11 days and then trying to come back and pick up where they left off. young pitchers need to pitch, a lot and stay in rotation, keep their rhythm. I think it's easier for a veteran pitcher to lay off for a while and come back and be sharp. So I think that had to enter into it as well.
And Hughes has not done well when he's had extra time between starts this year.
Oh, as I say that, there's a number.
He had 9 days between starts when he faced Seattle, and he got shelled in that game. Adrian Beltre with a count of 1-1. And a high pop-up. Robinson Cano. The wind blowing that one over toward first base. And there is one away. And Joe Morgan, a longtime second baseman, a Hall of Fame second baseman, chatted with Robinson Cano earlier before the game.
You've always been a great offensive player. What has been the big change in you defensively? You've only got 3 errors this year.
I would say it's a big concentration that I have. That I work in the whole season with my dad too. So we're gonna, work on the routine ground ball, because that's what I've been having problem before. And my dad always said, if you make the routine ground ball, the other one's gonna be easier. And that's what I concentrate from the beginning, starting spin training, and he's been working really good.
Well, the one thing that they always said about him was he would lose his concentration out there, and what he just said on routine ground balls, meaning balls hit right near him, he would just relax and maybe make an error on those, make a mistake. But now his concentration's so much better. And, he's made some plays this year that just amazes me. I was watching on TV one day, and he made a play behind second base. And I don't think I've seen a second baseman make a play like that. He went behind the bag, got it, and then fired to first base, running the other way. So amazing plays that he has made so far this season.
Well, and we've seen him make extraordinary plays in the past. We knew he had great range, great arm, the ability to do that, but he somehow was just not consistently making plays.
I always believe, John, and the guys say, well, he can hit, but he doesn't feel well. I don't believe in that. I believe that if you're a good hitter, you have to have good hand-eye coordination and good hands. So therefore, you should be able to play defense if you can concentrate. This is the play I was talking about. Now watch how great this play is behind second base. He's running toward left center field, throws back across his body with something on it. That's just an amazing play for a second baseman.
That was a road game in early June, and one of the great plays of the year is Phil Hughes strikes out Jed Lowry with the big hook, his 4th strikeout.
Most second basemen running that way need a cutoff man. If you're running away from where you're throwing and you can't get your body behind it, you can't get anything on it, it's just arm strength. And he snaps it, he gets rid of the ball so quickly with something on it that it's just amazing to me.
When you talk about becoming a master like he has this year, and he talked about just the basics is what drove him there. You think about golf, the 3-foot putt is how you become a great putter. You think about basketball, shooting free throws is how you become a great shooter. Even in pitching, learn the fastball away. That's all you learn. You start to become a great pitcher. And I think his dad and himself working on just the basic ground ball was a great tip.
0-1 the count, and that cutter up and in to Ryan Kalish, the rookie center fielder. He hit a deep fly ball to center field his first time. 1-0, Boston ahead. Victor Martinez with an RBI single with 2 down in the 3rd. Curve, the big dropping curve, is low. 2-1 the count. 2 down, nobody on. Phil Hughes, 17 wins this year, 17-8. Had only thrown 169 innings coming into this ball game. And Phil Hughes, I got it. He got it. Why not? In 60 seconds, we will chat with Terry Francona, Red Sox manager, from the dugout. Back with Tito in 60. Yankees going for the sweep in this series. And we are pleased to be joined now by the manager of the Red Sox, Terry Francona.
Hey, guys.
Terry, the biggest difference I see tonight with Dice K is the fact that he's only using his fastball and his slider, and he's really pounding the strike zone. Were there any new instructions coming into this outing?
Well, I think everything goes off your fastball. I mean, if you're locating, and he looks like he's really finishing some fastballs. The 2 to Jeter really come to mind. Everything else kind of goes off that. You'll see him incorporate some off speed, getting through the second and third time through the order.
With the club and, the deep hole you're in, you still got a chance. How do you keep the club believing?
Well, until they send us home, we still get to play. Our guys have done a pretty good job of continuing to play. The odds aren't in our favor, but as long as we still got a shot, let's see what happens.
Your bullpen, you won the first 2 games here, and you used the bullpen. Anybody not available tonight? What would you use if you were ahead late in the game and you needed somebody?
No, Pap's certainly okay, and Bard's been tremendous about being resilient and keep taking care of himself. We wouldn't warm him up multiple times, but if the situation presents itself, we pitch him.
Terry, many thanks.
Okay, guys.
Terry Francona, manager of the Red Sox, live from the Boston dugout. As we go to the last of the 4th inning, the big hitters are coming up for the Yankees against Dice K. There is Nick Swisher, having a really strong season. He's got 28 homers, 88 batted in, hitting .288. Gets a lot of walks. Mark Teixeira and Alex Rodriguez will follow. Ball 1 from Daisuke Matsuzaka. Tyler Kepner in the New York Times had an interesting column yesterday about Terry Francona. The fact that he not only has never won a Manager of the Year award, this is a guy who won 2 World Series. Never won a Manager of the Year award. Never received a first place vote in the Manager of the Year polling.
Well, I think he and Charlie Manuel are probably the most underrated of all the managers who have won world championships. I think Charlie Manuel's in that situation as well. He just doesn't he's not a media darling, so he doesn't get all the votes.
He may be the #1 skipper in Red Sox history. Certainly got the numbers. Red Sox, of course, never won a World Series since 1918 until Terry Francona's Red Sox won it in 2004. So he did something that no other manager had done in all that time, 86 years.
Well, I knew he was special, John. Michael Jordan, remember he played for him in 1994, and we went down to broadcast the game. And I remember Michael talked to me. He didn't talk to me so much about the game, or he just talked about Terry Francona and who he was as a manager and how much respect he had for him. And you're talking about a guy that was in another sport who's also been around other managers or coaches. And so he had a great fondness for Terry Francona.
Terry was managing in Double-A for Birmingham. That line drive is caught. J.D. Drew gets the put out, and Nick Swisher hit it hard, but into an out. He's 0 for 1, or 0 for 2 now.
In your same class now with Dean Smith and Phil Jackson when you're Terry Francona. We should get an award also to have Dustin Pedroia sit by him for a whole game. I'll tell you what, when Dustin was coming back, he said he couldn't wait to get him healthy just to get him off the bench. And now Dustin just plops himself right down there on that first bench, right in the middle of the coaching staff.
They were saying that Michael Jordan called Pedroia to see how he was doing. No. J.D. Drew tried for the dive. I think the wind is knocking those balls down big time. And Drew could not quite get there. A base hit for Teixeira with A-Rod coming up.
Well, Teixeira gets jammed on this pitch and he breaks his bat. But because he has that uppercut, that's why the ball goes in the air. Look at the swing, how it's angled up. Just almost an uppercut swing there. And he gets jammed on it, but he gets enough of it that he's able to flip it into the outfield for a base hit. But I agree with you that the wind's blowing in, because I thought the ball that Big Papi hit in the first inning had a chance, and it ended up being knocked down.
Well, in the first half of this inning, that catch Cano made on a pop-up, he thought was coming right to him at second base. He ended up having to run hard 30, 40 feet toward first base before he caught up with it. Here's A-Rod. This could be 2, not hit very hard. There's 1 at second, and a double play. So it goes for A-Rod against Daisuke. Now 2 for 21 lifetime against him. 7-pitch inning for Daisuke. 60 seconds, and we will visit with that man, Joe Girardi, from the Yankee dugout. The Yankees 1-0 as we head to the 5th inning, and we say hello to Yankee manager Joe Girardi down in the New York dugout. Joe, thanks for coming on.
You're welcome. Hi guys, how are you?
How you doing, Joe? It looks like Phil Hughes is on top of his game, but what went into the decision that made you change your mind?
Well, there's a couple things, and this is an important game for us, obviously, because we can get closer to where we want to get. But the other thing is, in the last 4 days, we haven't got a lot of distance out of our starters. One was rain related. And we've used all our long man, and I didn't think that one thing that Hughesy shouldn't be the long man today, so we decided to start him.
Robinson Cano, as you know, is one of my favorite players. What has he meant to this ball club this year?
He's been huge. I think he's an MVP. You look at his offensive numbers, they're tremendous, but he's also a great defensive second baseman, a Gold Glover, I believe, and you put those two things together, and I think he's the MVP.
Well, this team doesn't look like the juggernaut that you had last year, but it still looks like you can win you can win the World Series if you get there.
Oh, I believe so. I mean, we're still a very talented ball club, and we struggled a little bit in the month of September, but it might be a good thing for us. We'll see.
Joe Girardi, many thanks.
Thanks, guys.
Joe Girardi from the Yankee dugout. And the Yankees have been struggling. Red Sox trying to sweep this 3-game series from them in New York, which does not often happen. The Red Sox have swept the Yankees in a series of at least 3 games. Here in the Bronx, only twice in the last 24 seasons. They did it in April of 2004, and before that, September of 1999. Bill Hall, who hit a double and scored the only run of the game back in the 3rd. Those are the 2 sweeps the Red Sox have had here in all that time. The one in 2004, of course, came under Terry Francona. The cutter from Phil Hughes, and that is up and away. I remember 10 years ago, in the year 2000, Joe Torre was the manager of the Yankees, and they beat the Red Sox on Sunday Night Baseball, just beat them up. Just a lopsided score, or in fact, I think it was just the opposite. The Red Sox were hopelessly out of the running in the pennant race, but the Red Sox destroyed the Yankees on Sunday Night Baseball. And the Yankees went into a funk, and they really did not come out of it. I think they finished up that year something like 5-15. And then they got into the postseason, and they started winning. And they ended up beating the Mets in the World Series 4-1. Won the whole thing. But they were on real shaky ground at the tail end of the season, and the slump very reminiscent of what they're in right now.
Well, when you have veteran players, they know what it takes to win. And if they get on the big stage, they know how to handle it. So it will not be anything new for them. The Yankees have struggled to get, when they went into the World Series, into the playoffs, and they've also been hot when they went into the playoffs. Last year they were on top of their game, and I thought they were by far the best team in baseball.
They ended up winning that World Series in 2000. And a lot of people thought maybe that their time had come and gone, that they were no longer good enough to do it. But that was their 3rd straight World Series championship in 2000. And Derek Jeter, of course, was a major part of that. Those were also the Yankees of Paul O'Neill and on down the list of guys who all seem to be a little bit better in the biggest games. 3-2 the count. And Bill Hall, very defensive-looking swing there, 3-2.
I thought the Yankees really turned the page as far as becoming a championship organization. I see the 27 time, but I mean in the modern time when their stars became blue-collar stars, when it was the Paul O'Neills, those kind of guys that really gritted it out. Bernie Williams, Scott Brocious, even Joe Girardi when he was playing here. You just keep thinking about guys that grinded it out on a daily basis. It wasn't completely about that they had great contracts and they were kind of white-collar stars. They were the blue-collar, grinded-out Yankees.
3-2 the count. And he walks him. So a leadoff walk to Bill Hall. He led off the third with a double, and they were able to get him home eventually. Now a walk here in the fifth inning. And Lars Anderson is coming up. He's a first baseman. I don't know if he can bunt, but it's been the kind of a game where playing for one run might not be a bad idea. Top of the order coming up.
That's a big statement in the American League East. You usually don't see that at all until maybe the ninth.
It's generally not a big part of the game for the Yankees, the Red Sox. Tampa Bay maybe that plays that small ball game a little bit more than these two teams. I didn't see any indication of a bunt there. 0-1 the count to Lars Anderson. Red Sox have had only 24 sacrifice bunts all year, and 5 of those were by pitchers in interleague play. Nice pickup by Teixeira. He's got the one out. They're going to have to tag Hall. And there is Posada. Double play.
Well, I thought Hall had a chance of running into Phil Hughes there, who was just standing out there in the baseline. But he avoided him. And a lot of times you can run by and just grab him, and that'll let the umpire know that he was in your way.
What a pickup by Teixeira to get this whole thing started.
Now watch this play. Watch, there's Phil Hughes coming over. Now watch right here. He can run into him right there, and that would have been, that was a good play by Teixeira, but not a good play by Hughes. He gets right in the baseline, and if he would have run into him, they could have called it right there. He should have reached and grabbed him as he went by.
The 2 down, nobody on. Scudero. Double play from the first baseman to the shortstop to the catcher.
You know, when you look at this Yankee infield, Cano leads the second baseman in fielding percentage. Jeter leads the shortstops. A-Rod leads the third baseman. And Teixeira, I mean, look at this infield. That's a great infield defensively that they have put together here. Very few errors on this infield.
Teixeira
has 3, and I guess and Cano with 3. I mean, and Jeter with 6.
The 4 of them have committed only 18 errors altogether.
That's amazing.
But Teixeira had been for a long time one of the best defensive first basemen in the game. And you saw that note. He started more double plays than any other first baseman in the game.
And Cano has started more double plays than any second baseman in the game. And he's completed more double plays than any other second baseman in the league. So he's had 110 double plays, which leads the league. He started 46 double plays, meaning Cano. And those are the 2 highest for a second baseman in the league.
Yankees have only committed 63 errors as a team this year. Now, that doesn't mean that they all have great range or they get to all the balls.
But I said fielding percentage.
But it's the ones they get to,
right,
and they got you. They're not going to throw it away or make an error.
You know, at 39 years old, Jorge Posada made a big play on that rundown, too, because he could have gave up on this. Watch him from behind home plate from the blimp. Watch coming out of our bottom of the screen. Jorge Posada is going to come into the picture, and he even gets out of the way there. Anderson is in his way. He comes all the way around it. But if he gets a little lazy and goes, oh, there's enough guys down there to do it, it doesn't happen. He runs by Phil Hughes, and he's safe.
But really a mistake here by Bill Hall.
Yeah, all he got to do is run into Phil Hughes.
Bill avoided him. He actually pulled his right shoulder back not to hit Phil Hughes there.
Yeah, all he had to do was, he could even grab him. You don't even have to just run through and just grab him to let the umpire know that he was in your way. Phil
Hughes was there because Jeter was, deking with the ball.
Marco Scudero, the leadoff man, is flied out and struck out. 2 down, bases empty. It's a full count. Phil Hughes to Marco Scudero. If Scudero gets aboard, J.D. Drew would be next, and you'd be back into the Boston power. Scudero got a little power himself. 11 home runs. Curveball. Derek Jeter. A leadoff walk to Hall, and then nothing. Phil Hughes, 5 strong in the books, but trailing 1-0. Now the Yankees, last of the 5th inning. They are trailing 1-0. Robinson Cano, who singled his first time, leads off against Daisuke Matsuzaka. Daisuke's allowed only 2 hits in the game. Gives him the hip swivel. And a foul high in the air off the third base side. And the count is 0-1. Posada and then Berkman to follow. Robinson Cano, 28 home runs. So he gives you a little bit of everything. Power, batting average, runs fairly well, excellent defense at a skill position. Lowry was shaded toward the middle, and Cano is retired. He's 1 for 2. Division rivals battle. Aaron Rodgers leads the Green Bay offense into Soldier Field, and they'll take on Jay Cutler and the Bears. That's tomorrow night, Packers-Bears on ESPN Monday Night Football at 8:30 Eastern Time. Coverage begins at 7 Eastern with Monday Night Countdown served by Applebee's. Both teams are 2-0. Two longtime rivals. Used to call that division the black and blue division, because they played rough physical football.
But like all divisions now, it's about the quarterback. The quarterbacks are throwing the ball so much now. That's what it's about. It's no longer the black and blue division. Look at this. Jay Cutler, I was watching him. He had a great game. I mean, he's usually a guy that throws a lot of interceptions, but he's been playing great. And Aaron Rodgers, they say, is the next just super quarterback in the league.
Aaron Rodgers is from our
Cal, University of
backyard.
California.
Yeah, in Berkeley.
Well, black and blue, because the weather in that division always made it into you have to run the ball, but the way the rules have changed in football so much to enhance the passing game. And now you got Mike Martz in Chicago, the offensive guru, helping out Cutler. It's going to be a fun game to watch. Glad we're off.
Jorge Posada, one out, nobody on, lined out to center his first time. Jorge Posada, and Jorge looks disgusted that he swung at that pitch from Daisuke up out of the strike zone. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
One of the things that happens when normally with Daisuke, this is a different Daisuke that we're seeing tonight, throws so many pitches, he kind of lulls you to sleep a little bit, John, and then he'll make a great pitch. You know, he'll throw a lot of pitches out of the strike zone, then he'll make a perfect pitch.
Had to jump out of the way of that one. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Only the 54th pitch tonight by Daisuke. But he's never in any kind of hurry to throw any particular pitch. Even after he starts his windup, he stops right in the middle of it and starts swiveling his hips around a little bit. Then he goes ahead and throws. He averages 105 pitches per start. Oftentimes that's in 5 1/3, 5 2/3 innings. That might have been the splitter. And it's a foul, 2-2. And he had not featured that pitch, I don't believe, before tonight until just now.
I think you're right, John. And I think the thing you're talking about as far as his pace and his rhythm, I don't think it's any coincidence that when he is doing well, he pitches quicker. Now that, of course, you know, there's no man on, but I'm saying his rhythm between pitches, he gets on the hill, concentrates on the next pitch, and gets to work. When he starts to have rough outings, he is too slow in between pitches.
Look at that slider, and that seemed to stun Jorge Posada. Strike 3. Let's go to the studio to Mike Yam at a Sports Center right now. Thanks, Mike. Lance Berkman with 2 down and nobody on. Daisuke now has 6 strikeouts in these first 5 innings. And an easy out, 1 pitch off the end of the bat. Berkman is 0 for 2. 5 shutout innings in the books. Power coming up for Boston. Drew, Martinez, and Big Papi.
Mail flat rate boxes, only from the Postal Service. A simpler way to ship. ESPN Sunday Night Baseball, presented by Taco Bell, is brought to you to ship.
been a tough night for Yankee hitters against Dice K. MLB.TV, baseball everywhere. Get over 100 live out-of-market games per week in HD quality where available on your computer. Visit MLB.TV for details. Ball one from Hughes to the left-handed hitting J.D. Drew. And that was right in there for a strike. Drew has struck out and walked in this game. Hughes with 4 strikeouts, a couple of walks. And has now thrown 84 pitches. Drew, 20 home runs. He hit number 20 here yesterday. Big curveball. Just got a piece of it. Fouling it. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The Red Sox and Yankees are both traveling after this game. The Red Sox are going to go to Chicago. They've got 4 games against the White Sox before they face the Yankees starting Friday at Fenway Park. And the Yankees are going to Toronto for 3 games. They'll have a day off on Thursday. Hello. Fastball high and tight. And it's 2-2 to J.D. Drew. Victor Martinez on deck. David Ortiz due up third in the inning. The 2, 3, 4 spots in the Boston batting order. And defensive swing of that fastball away. Stays alive. 2-2. The Yankees have been dominated in this series. They lost 10-8 here Friday to Boston, but remember at one point they were down, what, 10-3 or 10-2?
10-1 actually, and then they hit 6 home runs after that.
That curveball. Here comes Swisher.
And you can see he's just not running easily out there. It's like every step is a little bit of a battle for him.
You know, the thing I've noticed about Phil Hughes tonight is velocity, movement, and location of a fastball. Well, he's had 2 out of 3. He's had velocity and has had great movement. Watch him miss his location, but he still gets swings and misses. On this pitch, he hits his location. Velocity, movement, and location, all 3. There he misses his location. There he hits his location. So 3 out of 5, he misses his location, but there's great light life, and he's got great velocity and pop tonight. 2 out of 3, 3 out of 3, sometimes all dominant.
Well, when you have the good fastball, you can miss your spot a little bit.
Exactly.
If you do not have it, you better hit it.
But you better have that late life, because if you miss your spot and that ball is straight, it's going to be a little different than you got that tail.
And there was a changeup for a first pitch strike to Victor Martinez, who, although Hughes has only allowed 3 hits, Victor Martinez has had 2 hits and 2 at-bats, including an RBI single in the 3rd.
Well, one of them was a curveball, the other was a fastball. That's why he came back with 2 changeups.
And that changeup right to Cano, 2 down. And David Ortiz coming up. Phil Hughes, at this time last year, remember, had lost his spot in the rotation early on in the year and had become the Yankees' premier setup man in front of Mariano Rivera.
And it changed his career, changed his life as a starter. He became very aggressive, the short-term adrenaline rush coming out of the bullpen, and he has carried that MO into being a starter. We saw that early on with the 11-2 All-Star named to the team by the players' vote.
6-6 since the All-Star break. 3 infielders played to the right of second against David Ortiz, who has flied out to right and struck out.
Think about everything that's been around him since that 6-6. You know, let's watch your innings. Let's kind of be careful with your workload. A really completely opposite of the mentality that he gained in the bullpen with that aggressive mentality that he took the hill at the beginning of the year with. And I think he's working his way out of that now.
That was a soaring fly ball into center field. Granderson, as the wind pushes it back toward the infield, takes it. Strong inning for Hughes. Granderson is coming up. Yankees trail 1-0. 1-0 as we go to the last of the 6th inning. And my partner, Joe Morgan, chatted with Robinson Cano before the game. Cano, double play combination made with Derek Jeter, and they're pretty close, as Joe found out.
You played your entire career with Derek Jeter. What has he taught you?
Well, he's a guy first, you know what, great person. That's one thing. And we got a great communication, and he always try to help me out. When he sees something that he can say, listen, you can do this better, you can do this, you can do that, or this is good, not good. But he's not a guy that talks too much, trying to put things on my mind. But the best thing, like I said, we have a good relationship. And that's what has been working out really good for us.
You know, I've always said, John, that for have a good double play combination, guys have to be matched as far as quickness and their personalities in a way. And both are quiet. Robinson Cano's kind of quiet, Jeter's kind of quiet, and with their quickness, they're kind of matched at second base. You don't want a guy that's really quick with his hands and quick with his personality, quick everything being quick, with a guy that's slow, because it doesn't work as well. These two guys seem perfectly matched out there to me.
Granderson with a soaring pop-up on a windswept night, and Beltre right next to the mound. Granderson is 0 for 2 against Daisuke Matsuzaka, who has mesmerized the Yankees so far.
And it always helps, John, if you play with the same guy so that you know each other exactly where he wants the ball on certain plays, and vice versa. They really that helps you out a lot. Contrary to popular belief, every shortstop doesn't want the ball to the outside of the bag, or some guys want it chest high on the inside. A lot of guys like it in different spots, so you have to learn those things.
Well, Jeter, 36 years old, and Cano, 27. By the time Cano got to the big leagues, Derek Jeter was a grizzled old veteran with a lot of World Series rings, a lot of great success. Brett Gardner, the hitter, with Jeter on deck. The Yankees are trailing 1-0. Derek Jeter, of course, not only a great repository of baseball knowledge for a young guy like Cano to draw from, but a guy who had been a great Yankee, always wanted to be a Yankee. And for Derek Jeter, wearing the pinstripes is a serious issue that carries some responsibility in terms of the way you carry yourself.
Well, he came up with Willie Randolph, who was similar to Derek Jeter in that he loved playing for the Yankees, and he knew how you're supposed to carry yourself. And he worked with Jeter, as an infielder. And I'm sure that he passed along a lot of his knowledge to Derek.
Very few have accomplished so much in the brightest spotlight and carried themselves with such class and dignity as Derek Jeter.
But Jeter
is a role model of role models.
Always has basked in the idea of actually being a Yankee and enjoyed that very much. And for him, he savored every aspect of it. Coming to Yankee Stadium, putting the pinstripes on, knowing that all those Yankee greats of the past played in the same ballpark and dressed in the same clubhouse. But he also loved to be introduced by the late Bob Shepard, the great voice of Yankee Stadium for nearly 60 years. And Bob, who passed away earlier this year, was not able to take the microphone at the old Yankee Stadium the final year of that ballpark. And Derek Jeter asked as a favor if Bob would make a recording introducing Derek Jeter. And the Yankees play that whenever he comes to bat to this day. So he's kept alive that part of Yankee tradition, the great voice of Yankee Stadium, Bob Shepard. When he comes up here, as Gardner grounds out, let's listen for Bob Shepard.
Now batting for the Yankees, number 2, Derek Jeter. Number 2.
For a lot of people who grew up Yankee fans and going to Yankee Stadium, going way back, Bob Shepard started as the voice of Yankee Stadium in 1950, 51, somewhere in there, when Joe DiMaggio still played for the Yankees. But Bob Shepard was very much a part of what Yankee Stadium was. And for some people, and I think a lot of people who were Yankee fans, Bob Shepard in a real way was Yankee Stadium. And he was the voice So Derek Jeter wanted to keep that tradition alive from the old ballpark.
The Yankees can pull this one out tonight. His record-breaking win for Derek Jeter to participate in as a Yankee has been on hold the last 4 games, but he would be the #1 winningest Yankee, crossing Mickey Mantle.
Scudero. And Jeter is 0 for 3. First time he's put the ball in play against Daisuke. Daisuke is on a roll. 6 shutout innings. Adrian Beltre coming up in the 7th. To the late innings, 1-0. The Red Sox are leading. Adrian Beltre having one of his best seasons. Change up too high from Phil Hughes. Hughes has been superb. He made the start tonight, although they had planned to bypass him, keep his innings count down, maybe keep him stronger for the postseason. That curveball also misses. It didn't miss by much. 2-0.
The innings count was about 169 1/3 coming in. The magic number people thought was right around 175 until they got to the postseason. So if you tabulate what he's done here tonight so far, 6 innings, we're at 175 now. If he gets 5 or 6 postseason starts, he could be, in the 205, 210 range at the end if the Yankees go all the way and he starts and does well.
Well, he walks Beltre, although the strike zone got pretty small while Beltre was up there. So a runner aboard on the leadoff walk, and the batter will be Jed Lowry. I'm John Miller with Joe Morgan, Oral Hershiser. Sunday Night Baseball from Yankee Stadium. The Red Sox trying to sweep the Yankees, who are suddenly floundering here in the final month of the season. The only run of the game, this pop fly on a windy night, and Swisher could not quite get there. A double for Bill Hall. He went to third, and then a 2-out single by Victor Martinez got Hall home, and that is still the only run of the game. Phil Hughes making the start as not planned. They had planned to bypass him, but he's in there. They said, hey, he won 17 games, and Joe Girardi said, we need a win. So Hall has still scored the only run of the game as Lowry's at the plate, and Phil Hughes closing in on 100 pitches now. And despite his best efforts, he is trailing 1-0.
Well, he has been the stopper for these Yankees other than CeCe Sabathia this year. 10 starts following Yankee losses. He's 8-0. And also in the last 4 starts, these Yankee starters have not gone very far. 3 innings, 5 1/3, 3 1/3, 4 2/3. This is the longest outing they have had in 5 starts.
Andy Pettit, he got roughed up here on Friday night in his second start since coming back from the disabled list. Another area of concern, which Andy Pettit is going to be taking the ball when they get to the postseason. Andy Pettit lasted only 3 1/3, gave up 7 runs and 10 hits on Friday to the Red Sox. Jed Lowry is at the plate right now. Hit a home run against Pettit with 2 men on in the second inning of that game. That's Beltre at first. Dave Robertson, the right-hander, has started warming up in the Yankees bullpen. Mike Harkey out there, number 57. Bullpen coach along with him. And changeup, strike on the outside.
We talked about Dustin Mosley is not starting tonight. Phil Hughes would have been a long relief, so Joe Girardi started to go with Phil Hughes. We'll look at the relievers that were used down there. 4, 2, 6, 10, 15 relief outings in the last 4 days. So that bullpen was fried and needed some rest. Phil Hughes has delivered that.
Wow. Hard to imagine how he could take that pitch after the previous one was called a strike.
Well, let's take a look. Hughes thought this was a strike, and so did Posada, but Kazon says it was off the plate outside.
So maybe that previous one that was called a strike was actually off the plate. Back to the bag at first is Beltre. The wind is really a strong wind blowing straight into the ballpark now. We've seen some balls in the air that have been knocked down.
And the weather in the area is changing. We're supposed to get some rain after midnight. There's definitely some pressure changes. This wind is kicking up.
That change up and away. So now it's a full count, 3-2. The MetLife blimp had been with us, giving us some scenic shots from above Yankee Stadium. But it had to call it a night and go back to port. A little too windy. 3-2. What about Beltre? Is he going here? You sending him?
I am not.
There he goes. And a foul back to the screen.
I'm not managing.
Well, I think the reason he sends him is because they want to just stab the double play, get somebody in motion, open up a hole someplace.
It was definitely not to try and steal the base, because his lead was like a step and a dive. It was very small.
Well, you got 1 run and 3 hits against him. Why not try to make something happen?
Well, this is no longer the American League where they wait for the 3-run homer, but the Red Sox are not one of those teams that tries to steal a lot of bases normally.
Beltre is running again. And another foul back out of play.
And as you could see, Jeter going over to cover second base would leave the shortstop hole open. And he fought both of those pitches off to the left side. And watch, you'll see Jeter go over. That'll open up this hole here. And the foul ball by Lowry was going the other way.
Jed Lowry has flied out and struck out. Lowry came into the game hitting .281. 3-2 the count. There goes Beltre. It's a walk for Lowry. 2 straight walks allowed by Hughes. And his fatigue starting to settle in on Phil Hughes. Well, here comes Joe Girardi. That may be all for Hughes.
The interesting thing, John, is those pitches were up. I think that's why Girardi's making this move.
So Robertson summoned from the bullpen with 2 men on and nobody out. The rookie Kalish coming up in a nice hand for Hughes as he departs. cancer. Visit standuptocancer.org to learn how you can help them in the fight against cancer. The big crowd, the final regular season home game at Yankee Stadium. Phil Hughes cannot win this game. No 18th win for him tonight. No support. He's only allowed a run and 3 hits. And he's out of the game now with 2 men on. He walked the first 2 hitters here in the 7th, Beltre and Lowry. Dave Robertson, who had been hurting a little bit the last few days with some back problems.
He has been pitching very well since the All-Star break. He has an ERA of only 2.03, so those back issues, they want to get him cleared up, see if he's healthy to possibly be on the playoff roster.
Robertson, who when he's right gets a lot of strikeouts, he inherits a couple of runners here. This year, 56 in the 3rd inning, 66 strikeouts. Kalish, the rookie, showing bunt, and he takes ball 1.
You do not see the Red Sox bunt very often, but that tells you how big a situation this is for the Red Sox. And the Yankees have the upper hand, of course, but remember 2004, no one thought Boston could come back on the Yankees and win 4 in a row, and they did.
Down 3-0 in the League Championship Series. The only team in history to come back from that deficit in the best of 7 and win. There's the bunt. He makes A-Rod field it. The runners have advanced. And just in time, with Cano covering it first, Kalish showed some speed right there and made it very close.
Well, A-Rod took a little longer to get rid of it. They were confused there. Hughes went over. Not Hughes. Robertson went over. Now watch what happens. Robertson will go over, and it looks like Robertson is going to try to make the play. And then A-Rod calls him off right there. Took him a little longer to get rid of it, but he makes the play.
Just barely got him. So the sacrifice executed by Kalish. Runners at 2nd and 3rd, and Bill Hall, who has scored the game's only run, coming up.
You don't see this very often where you play the infield in with runners at 2nd and 3rd. So we're seeing a lot of different things going on here strategy-wise here in the 7th inning.
Blew a fastball by him that ran to the inside away from the target of Jorge Posada. Again, he's a strikeout guy, and this is a strikeout situation.
Bill Hall has a tendency to strike out. He's done a good job his first at bat not striking out. He blooped the ball at right field with 2 strikes and got a double out of it. This Yankee bullpen has been very stingy this year, and especially in these situations with runners on base.
Man. Strike 2 call. Did that kind of surprise you that he took that pitch, Joe?
Yeah. Well, with the runners already, they're in scoring position. Your job is to get them home.
That tells you he was looking for another pitch.
Yeah,
he was guessing breaking ball or off speed because he took a fastball right down the middle.
Well, now he's behind 0-2. Paul has struck out 100 times this year in only 328 official at bats. Infield in all the way around. Jeter, the runners hold. Paul is out.
Well, he got another fastball. It was down a little bit, which was the right pitch to make to keep the ball on the infield. He got the ball down, and Jeter made the play and was in a position to throw home if he had to. See, the ball is down, and the only thing he can do is hit it on the ground. Nice play there by Jeter to be ready to come home if he had to. See, one thing you do, you play the infield in or you play the infield back. That halfway stuff doesn't work all the time.
David Robertson doing a great job continuing on the way the Yankees have been stingy from the bullpen. The inherited runners that they have not allowed this year. They are near the top.
So now the infield back, normal depth for the rookie, Lars Anderson. And that is too low. Anderson is 0 for 2 in the game. That's what you're talking about, Earl. The bullpen for the year, 3rd in the league in earned run average, 2nd in the league in batting average against, and 3rd in inherited runners allowed to score by a percentage. And that curve drops too low. And that was the point here for Robertson. He inherited 2 base runners. Yankees already trailing. And they want him to strand those inherited runners. As Boone Logan, a left-hander, is now throwing in the Yankee bullpen. They've been shut down by Daisuke Matsuzaka. And a big start for him. He's been slumping. A curve, and he got the call with it. 2-1 the count.
Well, he has a different type of curve than Hughes. This is a hard curve ball. It doesn't break down as much. But there's Daisuke going, staying loose.
Making sure the belt's in the right spot. It's very neat, apparently. Down the right field line and foul. Lars Anderson had, in the minor leagues this year, 15 homers, 69 runs batted in. He's played in Double-A and Triple-A, and he did his best hitting in Triple-A. In the last 25 games at Pawtucket, he hit .330. He got the call to come to the big leagues. Struck him out. Slider in the dirt. Posada throws him out. That's some pretty nasty stuff there from Dave Robertson. And the Red Sox do not pad their lead. Swisher, Teixeira, A-Rod coming up. Okay, Mike, and big loss for the Braves, who are really struggling now. And they're going home to Atlanta for the rest of the season, where they have done really well. The Braves' home record is 52-23, although they're 11 under 500 on the road. Here's Daisuke Matsuzaka, the final home game of the year for the New York Yankees, and Daisuke has spoiled the party so far. Yankees have only 2 hits against him, but the big hitters are up in the 7th inning, starting with Nick Swisher, then Mark Teixeira, and Alex Rodriguez, and if somebody gets aboard, Robinson Cano, who has maybe been the best of all, due up 4th in the inning. Daisuke has only thrown 69 pitches now. Is it that hip swivel? Just missing around the knees on the outside, or perhaps apparently just off the outside.
Well, this is 2-0. Daisuke does not need to do this. He's done so well tonight pitching from ahead, using his fastball, keeping his pitch count down. It's not time to start picking the corners. Be aggressive, make them hit you. We've only given up 2 hits.
Well, she had that wind that's been blowing in. We've seen some balls in the air get knocked down tonight. It's been, at least for the most part, and it is a big ball. The wind can swirl around in here. But for the most part, we've seen balls in the air get knocked down. A pitcher's wind.
That'll make you throw the ball over the plate and see the contrast in what he normally does compared to what he's doing tonight. 17.1, tied for 6th as far as pitches per inning, and now tonight only around 11.
But he starts 3-1 to Swisher. No walks tonight. Only 2 hits allowed. The Yankees have only put 2 men on base against him. Cano singled with 1 out in the 2nd. Teixeira 1 out in the 4th, hit a single. That is right to Scutaro.
And that was unusual for Swisher, who is very good at making you throw strikes, especially when he's ahead in the count. Daisuke got him to go for a low fastball there.
The fastball low there got the ground ball, and he's had a good fastball tonight, and he's relied on it even behind in the count. We've seen him over the years use his breaking ball behind in the count to get back in the counts, but tonight very confident in the fastball, going right after people, getting outs. 11 or now 12 out of 19 of his outs have come on fastballs.
Ball 1 to Teixeira. Teixeira has struck out and singled. After Teixeira's single in the 4th inning, Alex Rodriguez grounded into an inning-ending double play. Daisuke's only faced 1 over the minimum so far in terms of numbers of hitters faced. 1-1 to Teixeira. And of course, the other aspect to consider, A-Rod up next, always one of the most dangerous hitters in the game for a long, long time, but not against Daisuke. 0 for 2 tonight and 2 for 21 lifetime against Daisuke Matsuzaka. Back to the screen to the dangerous Teixeira. Both he and A-Rod had 2 homers in Friday night's game against the Red Sox. 1-0. Boston ahead. Last of the 7. There's A-Rod on deck. 49,201, the paid crowd at Yankee Stadium for the final Yankees home game in the 2010 regular season. Oh, I almost hit him. Sharp break on that pitch. 2-2. In the Yankee bullpen, there is action. Kerry Wood, who has been excellent for the Yankees in that bullpen. Another sharp slider, and again, good pitch recognition there by Mark Teixeira. 3-2. Teixeira, 32 home runs, and he's hit most of them here. 19 of them at Yankee Stadium. A flare. Base hit to left field. Had the emergency hat going right there.
Well, I think it was a good pitch by Daisuke. He didn't want to throw the fastball in. He tailed it away from him. And watch this ball tails away. And Teixeira does a good job of flipping it out that way because the ball is running away from him. And he still goes the other way, but I don't know how he got jammed on that pitch, but he did.
Well, he's had 2 hits, and both of them have been much like that. Couple of lobs. Well, here's A-Rod. Strike with a fastball. A lot of movement on that one.
Well, A-Rod has been hot as I was coming into this game. He had hit 3 home runs in his last 5 at bat. But he has swung the bat well against everybody on the Red Sox team except, as you said, Dice K.
A-Rod homered in the 9th inning here yesterday. Also homered twice on Friday. 3 home runs in the first 2 games of the series. He has struck out and grounded into a double play in this one. Blew it right by him. 0-2.
Well, that's the great thing right there, that he's tying him up on that fastball inside.
The second lowest average against any active pitcher that he's faced that often.
Well, here's the fastball. This is what he's been doing so well with Alex. Fastballs in, and that's a high fastball in.
Quickly, 0-2 the count. The slugger, Alex Rodriguez. Right center field. Hit well. That's a home run. A 2-run homer for Alex Rodriguez.
John, we've seen this pitcher before. They pitch him inside. We saw John Lester do that. Pitch him inside consistently, and then late in the ball game, they try to go inside again, and A-Rod hits this ball into right center field for a home run. And this is the same thing that happens to Dice K.
The fans are delirious. They want A-Rod to come out and take a bow. That makes us mindful of last October, when he did that several times late in games.
Well, the one that comes to mind for me was the game that John Lester was pitching so well in this situation. Had been pounding him in all day long. He just pounded him in, and his Dice K is still doing that. This ball is in as well, but it's down a little bit. The pitch before was up. That pitch was down, and that allowed A-Rod to get to it. But he's so strong, when he goes the other way, he still can hit the ball out, even though we think the wind is blowing in a little bit from right field.
29th home run of the year for Alex Rodriguez. And that gives him 119 RBIs. Here is Cano, his 4th home run in this 3-game series against Red Sox pitching. Now maybe that one just didn't get up high enough. A line shot that just barely snuck in over the top of the wall in right center.
Well, he turned around a severe wind too, so he crushed that ball.
Cano foul off the left field line.
And if you think about the sequence of pitches, you throw somebody a breaking ball for a strike, and then you try and chase them off the plate. When you throw somebody a fastball that they chase on the inner half of the plate, as Joe mentioned, and then you throw one that's a little bit worse because it gets more of the plate and he's more there. Alex does a great job getting his hands in, getting the barrel on the bat. But Dice K made a mistake. He was ahead of him, and he made a better pitch, meaning a worse pitch, because he was ahead in the count. Hands come in, right off the barrel, and Joe, no vibration on the Ultra mode. You know he got it solid.
612 home runs in the brilliant career of Alex Rodriguez. Cano fights off that breaking ball and back out of play. 1 ball, 2 strike. The Yankees, until just now, had never had a lead at any time in this series. So the Red Sox had a chance to lengthen their lead in the top of the 7th. They had 2 men on and nobody out, but they could not get anybody home. Dave Robertson in from the Yankee bullpen, and he held the line with a goal line stand. And now A-Rod has turned the game around. Remember, he did that game 2 of the division series against the Twins, and also game 3. He hit a big one against the Angels in the league championship series. The fastball back to the screen. Still 1-2 to Cano, who is 1 for 2 in this game.
That's why the Yankees are capable of defending their world championship, even though the pitching is suspect right now. Because you have guys that can rise to the occasion, who can come up with big hits in key situations.
Teixeira started it with his little lob into shallow left field. His 2-strike emergency swing.
As Bob Prince used to say, a bloop and a blast. That was Bob Prince, was the old gunner announcer for the Pittsburgh Pirates. That was his favorite saying. We need a bloop and a blast, and that's what the Yankees got right there.
Beloved in Pittsburgh. And Pirates fans, the gunner, Bob Prince. And a changeup. 2-2. Alex Rodriguez with the 2-run homer. Just a streak of lightning out into right center field.
Well, you knew the wind was still affecting it because that ball was hooking as it was going over the fence. He had crushed it to probably right center field, ended up a little bit more straightaway right as it went out. But that ball was getting knocked down by the wind and just barely made it out of here.
And Dice K misses with that changeup. 3-2.
Seeing so many balls knocked down the right field tonight. The strong wind, but Alex, in his strength, turns it around.
Rodriguez now just 1 home run away from another 30 home run season. Left center. The dive and the catch by Kalish. What a play. Somebody call a cop. Cano got robbed.
Well, they said that they thought Kalish was going to be a superstar, so they think that he can play the outfield as well as swing the bat. Just an excellent play. The key is, I think, that he's left-handed. If he was right-handed, he'd have to try to backhand this ball. Might have been a lot more difficult play to make. But he does a great job of getting the glove out there and getting it underneath.
He even stuck the landing.
It's always easier to make the diving play, obviously, to your glove side, glove hand side.
Here is Jorge Posada, who is lined out to center to Kalish. It has been called out on strikes. A changeup from Daisuke. Scudero throws him out. But the bloop by Teixeira, the blast by A-Rod. And the Yankees have turned this game around as we head to the 8th inning. Top of the order coming up with the Red Sox, who now trail 2-1. By Taco Bell. Yankee Stadium, New York, 49,201, the final home game of the Yankees. And Alex Rodriguez with a dramatic home run against a man who has tormented him over the years, Daisuke Matsuzaka, and he did it on an 0-2 pitch, no less, to turn this game around from a 1-0 deficit to a 2-1 lead. Daisuke had struck him out and then got him to hit into a double play earlier in the game. Now here is Kerry Wood. Kerry Wood, the former National League closer, started with Cleveland in the American League and then traded to the Yankees, and now he's the 8th inning setup man in front of Mariano Rivera. He has not allowed a run in any of his last 20 appearances.
And that, to me, is why the home field advantage is so important to the New York Yankees. They do so well here. They've got so much power. They have fly ball hitters, and this is a fly ball ballpark.
Marco Scutaro, the Red Sox leadoff man, 0 for 3 in this game, is flied out to right center, struck out, and grounded out to short. J.D. Drew and Victor Martinez to follow. The power comes up right after Scutaro for the Red Sox. Kerry Wood still bringing some heat.
He looks really good out there. He's on line. He's not pulling off like he did for years, which really protects his arm, using his body straight down the hill. He's throwing free and easy.
That's a base hit to right field. Scutaro gets the Red Sox going. What happened with Scutaro? He got to first base and overran the bag and was running down the right field line on that one.
He hit the line drive out there, and he saw Swisher charging. He thought he might be trying to throw it to first to throw him out, and a ball hit to right field. And Nick Swisher just kind of deked him, and he decided to not make a turn but continue to go straight. You see him staring the whole time at right field, at Swisher. Staring him at the end. He even gave him a little hand wave at the end, both arms up, like, what's going on?
I'm not going to forget about that. Well, hey, maybe the right fielder ought to always do that. That keeps the guy from taking a big turn.
National League, when you're playing real shallow with the pitcher up, you see that a few times, but not usually with a regular.
We had that in the game, didn't we, a few weeks ago? Mm-hmm. Mike Pelfrey or somebody got thrown out at first on what looked like a base hit to right. So there is Scutaro, the possible tying run at first, and the power is up for Boston. J.D. Drew, 20 home runs at the plate. Victor Martinez, David Ortiz. The next two hitters. Kerry Wood, who signed with Cleveland last year after leaving the Cubs. The Cubs have been the only organization with which he had ever played until he signed as a free agent with the Cleveland Indians. Now a Yankee. Two and 1 the count to J.D. Drew. Kerry Wood was a starting pitcher, of course, for many years, and early on in his career had one of the greatest games ever seen this side of Roger Clemens. He had a 20 strikeout game against the Houston Astros, but he always in his Cubs career had a lot of physical problems. In 2003, when the Cubs came so close to going to the World Series, Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor were the big two guys in the rotation leading the way. And then both of them starting having physical problems the next year. Kerry Wood was finally moved to the bullpen by the Cubs and became a closer. This could be two. Cano to Jeter, and a bad throw to Jeter, but he stayed on the bag to get the put out on Scutaro.
Well, that was definitely a tailor-made double play. He got rid of it quickly, but he just threw it wide. That's why I say a lot of shortstops do not want the ball to the outside of the bag. They want it straight over the bag. But this one's outside, and watch where Jeter is. He's coming right across the bag. So when he throws it outside, he can't get back and make the play. He can only record the out at second base.
So in effect, the Red Sox may well have gotten an extra out of that. Still have the possible tying run on base. Now Drew rather than Scutaro as Martinez comes up. Yankees have a left-hander, Boone Logan, up in their bullpen. And also the great Rivera has for the first time gotten up out there. Runner at first, 1 out. Martinez, 2 hits and 3 at-bats. He has knocked in Boston's only run in this game. And there, by the way, that's Eric Patterson who's gone in over at first base. So Patterson, the runner for J.D. Drew. Patterson has a lot of speed. He's the kid brother of Corey Patterson, who's been in the big leagues with several teams. And the little backdoor cutter or slider off the corner. 1 ball, no strike. So there's Patterson.
Yeah, his brother Corey is with the Baltimore Orioles now.
Eric Patterson has 8 steals in 9 tries. The Yankees have not been very good at throwing out would-be base stealers this year as a team. Fouled on the right field line.
And you can see Victor Martinez making a conscious effort to pull that ball in the hole again. With no one on base, he's singled to left field. But when he's had a runner at first and been held on by Teixeira, he has tried to hit the hole. And that's how he got his first run batted into this ball game. But he is definitely trying to pull it into the hole on the right side.
Remember, there's that hole is opened up because the first baseman's on the bag with the runner.
But Cano has moved over just a little bit, a step or two, because normally he plays more up the middle, but he's trying to protect that hole.
Ooh, fastball right in there. 1-2. Big Papi, David Ortiz on deck. They've got the left-hander, Boone Logan, getting ready in the bullpen. I'm guessing for David Ortiz, as there's Daisuke Matsuzaka. Pitched 7 strong innings, allowing just the 2 runs and the A-Rod home run. Patterson dives back to the bag.
It's interesting, a lot of times when you see a pitcher pay attention to the runner at second when they're ahead 1-2, they're thinking about throwing a breaking ball. So they want to keep that runner close, keep him guessing, because they can get away with their breaking ball and not have a man on second after they bounce this one. So you set up your breaking ball by picking off the first, holding that runner, and then you got a chance to throw your breaking ball in the dirt. Maybe the runner doesn't go because you've kept him close.
So you're reading these pickoff efforts as a prelude to a breaking ball.
Well, the hard line drive by Martinez, what Joe was talking about, he wanted to pull in the hole. He left that ball up. If he's going to go back to the breaking ball, stay away from the fastball, not go up the ladder, he wants to bounce the breaking ball to get him out because you don't want to leave it up and let him hit that short left field porch.
There goes the runner. In the dirt. And that was not a foul. So, strike 3, Martinez out, and Patterson to second base without a play as that ball bounced away from Posada. It'll be a steal for Patterson because he was running.
And remember, a lot of people at home are saying, why can't he run? You can't run if first base was occupied and there are less than 2 outs.
So had it been 2 outs in that scenario, he could have gone to first base.
Yeah, but with 1 out, you can't run.
And even though the runner is stealing, he's still considered to be on first base.
David Ortiz waited and waited over by the on-deck circle, looking over at, I'm guessing, looking over at Joe Girardi, like, well, are you going to bring in that lefty you got warming up out there? What are you going to do? Girardi with Tony Pena, his bench coach, himself a former big league. They're not going to have anything to do with Big Papi at all here, with the right-handed hitting Beltre up next. Now, this intentional walk is putting the possible go-ahead run on base, but it also may be the play that brings in Mariano Rivera. Here's ball 3. Rivera in the bullpen. Mike Harkey just got off the phone from the dugout. So Ortiz gets the intentional pass. He was 0 for 3 earlier. And there's the call for Mariano Rivera. And that is always a great scene here at Yankee Stadium when the great Rivera walks in through that gate. Wood departs, and here comes Rivera. Rivera and Beltre when we come back. Eighth inning, and the Red Sox have runners at first and second, and their leading hitter for the year, Adrian Beltre, he's been their best hitter this year, coming up against Mariano Rivera, the great closer for the Yankees, who for so many years has been the difference between the Yankees and everybody else, especially in October. But like the Yankees themselves, Rivera has been a little bit shaky at times. Here in September, he's had a couple of lone saves, including last Sunday in Baltimore.
Well, I think that tells you why they walked Big Papi instead of pitching to him, because Mariano Rivera didn't run from anybody. When he's on his game, he can throw the cutter to David Ortiz or anyone else. So I think that tells you a little bit about what Girardi's thinking right there.
Beltre 1 for 5 with a home run in his career against Rivera. Oh, there's that cutter. It's 0-1.
That one pitch tells you a lot about the at-bat. Beltre swinging right away on a ball that was outside the plate. It tells you that Rivera's cutter is sharp also, because he got a swing and a miss.
Beltre hitting .319 for the year. One of the leading hitters in the league. This time he takes it. Cutter down and away. 1 ball and 1 strike. Rivera has not pitched in a game since Monday, when he faced the Tampa Bay Rays. He had the blown save in Baltimore last Sunday. Luke Scott hit a home run to tie the game against him in the 9th inning. Two and 1.
Well, Mariano has changed a lot over the years. It might seem like he's throwing the same thing. His out pitch is still the cutter, but he will throw the 4-seam fastball on occasion. He'll make it sink back into the right-handed hitter. He will also throw the cutter at the hitter and come on the inside part of the plate sometimes.
Ooh, that one maybe got a little more of the plate than he would have liked.
Well, I think he decided, I'm not going to walk him. I'm going to make him swing.
Pretty good cut there by Beltre.
Good quality pitcher. He kept it down. He had to try and throw a strike. Started down the middle and ended up on the corner.
And Beltre made him come into the strike zone.
That's the interesting thing, to see if Adrian would actually want to pass the baton to Lowry in this big situation, or does he want to go outside the strike zone to drive the run in himself?
Everybody standing. And he goes to the inside with the cutter, just as you described it, Joe, and didn't get the call.
That's what he has been doing a lot of. Away. Every pitch was away until that last pitch. All of them were cutters away. He tries to pick this one up on the inside. He can't get it there. Good job by Beltre, as you said, making him come into the strike zone.
Now the runners will be going. Patterson from second, Ortiz from first. There you go. Slow chop. Cano. Beautiful.
Well, you don't make a better pitch than that. That was just a great pitch.
And nobody makes that play better than Robinson Cano. 2 men stranded for the Red Sox. They've stranded 4 in the last 2 innings. 2-1 Yankees. He's been in a slump, 4 earned runs or more in each of 7 consecutive starts. And tonight, needing a good one, and he's pitched well. There's Eric Patterson, who came in as a runner for Drew, staying in to play left. Bill Hall moves from left to right field. With Drew now out, and Daisuke throws his 92nd pitch of the night, too high, to Lance Berkman. Switch hitter, batting left-handed, has struck out and hit a comebacker. He'll be followed by Curtis Granderson and then Brett Gardner. 2-1. The Yankees lead the Red Sox. That fastball in for a strike. Alex Rodriguez electrified the crowd with a 2-run homer on a 2-strike pitch from Daisuke, who had been nothing but bad news for A-Rod ever since Daisuke came into the league. And he did it on an 0-2 pitch off the fist foul there by Berkman. And we were mindful of A-Rod doing similar things in the postseason last October in big moments, turning games around. As you see, the right-hander Atchison, the left-hander in the foreground. That is Okajima in the Boston bullpen. Alex Rodriguez, remember last year, had 6 homers, had 18 RBIs in the postseason for the Yankees. Got his first World Series ring, as that is all for Lance Berkman. That backdoor slider got him. Let's go to the studio now. Here's Mike Yam with a Sports Center right now. All right, Mike, thanks. Here is Curtis Granderson. Has grounded to second, popped up to third. Granderson has been hitting a lot of home runs in the last 10 days or so. 7 home runs in his last 10 games. The former Tiger. Things could hardly have started worse for him. Early this year, he was struggling. Then he got a heart. Came back and then was trying to get his game together. But in the last 58 games, he's hit 16 home runs. But more recently, he's been hitting home runs big time. 23 for the year. A ball and a strike.
He's another guy who benefited from a long stint with Kevin Long. 2 or 3 days being benched, sat down, and Kevin Long, and he had some long sessions in the cage that really helped. Alex Rodriguez has given him a lot of credit. Derek Jeter coming out of his slump gave him a lot of credit. Curtis Granderson, another benefactor.
The changeup bounced foul, and the count is 2-2 to Granderson. Mariano Rivera came on to get out of the jam in the 8th inning with 2 men on, getting Adrian Beltre, who's been the Red Sox all-around best hitter this year, especially in the absence of Youkilis and Pedroia. And that's a foul. The Red Sox don't have the depth in the lineup that they once had. With all of those guys are healthy, their lineup was pretty solid from top to bottom. In the 9th inning, they're due to have the young Jed Lowry, a switch hitter, the left-handed batting rookie Kalish, and the veteran right-handed hitter Bill Hall due up. They also added a guy that they could use if they felt they needed him. They picked up the switch hitting Felipe Lopez, who just got released by the Cardinals a couple of days ago. Lopez signing with the Red Sox for the final handful of games. There's Lopez in the dugout. Interestingly enough, apparently, the story that the Padres tried to sign him, and he decided he wanted to sign with the Red Sox instead. Shallow right center on a soaring fly ball, and Bill Hall out number 2.
John, we've talked about how Mariano Rivera has changed some of his styles. He was away to Beltre. Now he tries to come inside, which is something that he never did before. Now watch this pitch. It's too good to lay off of, and you can't hit it. It starts in the strike zone, and with 3 balls and 2 strikes, you have to go after it. You don't want to take it, but you can't handle that pitch. And Beltre hit a little dribbler to second base. But, I mean, if you think about it, I mean, Mariano Rivera, for all those years, never came inside. It didn't matter. He just threw his cutter. Whatever you wanted to do, you did it. But now he has changed a little bit, and I think that's the reason he has had to change, because he doesn't have the great cutter anymore with this velocity.
Brett Gardner, 0 for 2. Last of the 8th. The Yankees lead the Red Sox 2-1. If the Yankees win this game, they will clinch no worse than a tie for the wild card. So they'd have to lose all the rest of their games. The Red Sox would have to win all the rest of their games just to get a tie for the wild card. And the Yankees would be right on the verge of assuring themselves of being in the postseason.
And when we were talking this morning, John, the real point was they were going to play the Red Sox 4 games no matter what. All they had to do was win one of those 4 games is the key.
So the Yankees, even though they lost the first 2, on the verge of clinching no worse than a tie in the wild card. And as Joe Girardi told us before the game, although he says people have been talking about the Yankees don't seem to be interested in winning the division, he says we're very interested. We'd much rather win the division than be the wild card. And he made the change today, going to Phil Hughes, although it had been announced that Hughes would be bypassed this time through the rotation to keep his innings count down. Daisuke getting the foul off to the left field side. 2-2 to Gardner.
You know, Joe talked about Mariano Rivera. Well, I appreciate Robinson Cano in the last inning, because he makes a bad throw to second base on a tailor-made double play ball, but he doesn't let that throw remind him when this play is the key play. And so when you talk about fundamentals, when you talk about only 3 errors throughout the whole year, MVP candidate, Gold Glover, that's what you appreciate when you're a pitcher. When you make the pitch, like Joe said, and you get the out.
Robinson Cano, who may win the MVP. There are some other strong candidates in the American League. Although one of them, Josh Hamilton with Texas, has not played for most of the month. Turns out he got a couple of cracked ribs. They're hoping that he's going to be back and ready to go for the postseason. Sharply hit but foul. 3-2 the count. Our Lee Jeans hunt for October takes a look at the American League playoff picture. Right now, the only thing at issue is really, will Tampa Bay take first place or the Yankees? Is the Red Sox not eliminated, not just yet, but awfully close.
I think the Yankees' late slump here helps Robinson Cano as far as MVP votes. Because now they get to see how valuable he really was. They end up, the high water mark when they're 36 games over 500, and they don't have this little slump. They think, well, they really didn't need him. They walked in as a whole team, but this comes down to these last few games, and they've had a little pressure on him. Some of the voters are going to realize how important he was to the Yankees.
By the way, I think there's a little moisture that has started to enter Yankee Stadium. The wind has really picked up. It's a ferocious wind blowing, and it's brought a little mist or sprinkle with it. First walk of the night allowed by Daisuke Matsuzaka. Daisuke almost never pitches a complete game. His last one was in 2007, early that year against Detroit. Gardner running, the pitch out is out. Nice throw by Victor Martinez. And the tag applied by Scutaro. Jeter will not get that plate appearance, not right now anyway. Last chance for the Red Sox. Alex Rodriguez with the 2-run homer in the 7th inning that put the Yankees ahead. And as a very light rain has started to fall here, the extremely strong winds blowing straight into Yankee Stadium, and the Red Sox come up with Jed Lowry, rookie Ryan Kalish on deck, and then Bill Hall due third against Rivera. And strike one. Rivera needing 4 outs, preserving that 1-run lead if he's going to get this save, and he's done that 115 times in regular season play. Regularly would do it in the postseason. It was not unusual for him to have 2-inning saves in postseason play, but 115 saves of 4 outs or more, by far the most of any active closer. Into right center field, Swisher right in front of the wall.
Well, it looks like the wind is blowing in again, and it was knocking that ball down. As you just mentioned, the wind was starting to whip up out there because it's raining a little bit. And you see the smile on Lowry's face. He probably thought he got enough of it to get out of here.
Well, that's usually the home run zone at Yankee Stadium, right center, the new Yankee Stadium especially. Now Ryan Kalish, 0 for 2 with a sacrifice bunt. Red Sox had opportunities to add runs in both the 7th and 8th innings. In the 7th, they were still leading. They got a couple of walks from Hughes, who was removed from the game then. With 2 men on and nobody out, Kalish bunted those runners up. And then they were not able to get either one of them home with Dave Robertson in the game. So Robertson was a key man for the Yankees out of the bullpen tonight.
Stranded runners that inning, and then botched the double play, but came back with some good defense and outstanding relief from Kerry Wood and Mariano Rivera.
That's up the middle base hit for Kalish. And we were talking about that wind, and we have a shot of Mariano Rivera on the ball hit by Lowry. And Swisher went all the way back near the wall to catch it, and this is Mariano's reaction.
I'm telling you, he thought it was gone, and I did too when he first hit it. I thought that ball was out, but the wind did knock it down.
Thanks for the wind. Now Bill Hall, the possible tying run is on base. Kalish at first. Bill Hall, who has 18 home runs, he has a double, and he has scored Boston's only run in this game. Kalish back to first. Kalish runs fairly well. He has 4 steals in his limited action in the big leagues. And there's Mike Lowell, the veteran, who's announced his retirement at the end of the season. He's on deck. There goes Kalish. Posada's throw in the dirt. And that wouldn't have been in time anyway. Kalish steals it. And with 1 out, the Red Sox had the possible tying run in scoring position.
Very rarely does a closer hold runners well or keep people from stealing bases. Most of the closers that I've ever watched allows you to steal. And you see, he didn't even get a great jump. But because of the high leg kick that Mariano has, it allowed him time to make it up as he was running.
Well, of course, remember in 2004, Dave Roberts came in as a pinch runner with his club down by a run. Rivera on the mound, and Roberts stole second base. And Bill Miller singled him home to tie that game. The beginning of a 4-game winning streak that sent the Red Sox to the World Series. 1 ball, 1 strike. A very light rain falling at Yankee Stadium. Papelbon in the foreground, Bard in the background, both up in the Boston bullpen. A ball and a strike to Bill Hall. He has doubled, walked, and grounded out in this game. Right by him, 1-2.
This wind and rain is a huge factor right now, guys. I tell you what, Brett Gardner is really shallow left. He was that shallow even with a man on first, and you're trying to protect the tying run at first base in a double. That wind is swirling in. I think it even affected Jorge Posada's throw to second on the stolen base.
There goes the runner. Just off the outside, and an uncontested steal of third for Ryan Kalish.
Well, that's what happens. As I said, your closers are not concerned with the base runners as they should be on occasion. And a good take there by Bill Hall. Pitches off the plate, and Kalish could have stood up if he'd have wanted to.
Now the infield is in for the Yankees. The possible tying run at third with only 1 out. 2 balls, 2 strikes the count. And another excellent take there by Hall.
That's a good job of hitting there, those last 2 pitches. Because what he wanted was that cutter down and way. If he swings at it, get the ground ball to keep the ball on the infield. as he did with Beltre.
Had Beltre chase a similar pitch on a 3-2 count to end the 8th inning. And a foul out of play. And as we saw Beltre do in that 8th inning as well, making Mariano get the ball up a little bit into the strike zone.
Well, if you're the Yankees, you look at your defense. Gardner in center field does not have a strong arm.
And it's under the glove of A-Rod. This game is tied up. A smash, and A-Rod could not handle it. 2-2.
Well, the infield is in, and you do not have a lot of time to react. And that ball was hit like a shot down on A-Rod. All you can do is try to smother it, and he couldn't get it done. But remember, the stolen bases are the reason that he was at third base. Now watch how hard this ball is hit. Remember, the grass is wet also. And you can see he can't get down on it. He tried to get down on it, but he could not. And I think this should be a base hit. You see, he was just handcuffed.
In the rain, and it might have hydroplaned off that grass instead of taking a bounce up to A-Rod, staying down and shooting right by him. If there'd been no steals at all, A-Rod might have well have been 15, 20 feet further back than he was with the runner at third.
Well, even if he's still at second, he would have been back. But with the fact that he's in at third, he's with third base, you have to cut the run off at the plate.
Great at bat by Bill Hall, on the other hand.
Definitely. You got to give him a lot of credit.
2-2 the score. The third blown save in the month of September for Rivera as Hall runs. And he steals. Posada could not get a handle on that one. No throw again.
Well, he had no chance of throwing him out anyway. Mariano's going to have to be just more conscious of these base runners. And if you're going to go into the playoffs, I think all the scouts are here watching. You're going to see guys just take off if they can get to first base.
So Rivera now with 5 blown saves, updating that graphic. 5 blown saves for the season, and 3 of them have come here in September, including tonight and last Sunday. Now the possible go-ahead run is in scoring position. Bill Hall, as Mike Lowell is the pinch hitter. There goes Hall. And a terrible throw. A-Rod went over to tag Hall, but timeout had been granted. A-Rod did not realize it. Chris Guccione had granted timeout to Hall, and A-Rod said, wait a minute, where are you going? And he went over to tag him.
Well, there's more going on here than just stealing a base. Psychologically, this is going to put a lot of pressure on Mariano when he comes in to a close ball game in the future.
Like in October.
Yeah.
Well, the Yankees are going to probably play Minnesota, or they're going to play Texas. Texas would probably run on them. Minnesota probably not as much. But if they have to get through Tampa Bay to get to the World Series, you know they're going to be running.
And base stealers are 8 for 8 against Rivera this year.
And 4 for 4 in this inning.
Yeah.
The infield is in once again. 3-1 the count to Lowell. He got the high fastball and fouled it straight back. Full count. Scutero, another right-handed hitter, on deck. Red Sox have tied the game in the 9th inning, and they are threatening to go ahead, the possible go-ahead run. At third base with 1 out. In the air to center, Granderson. Plenty deep enough. And Hall, after stealing his way to third, easily scores. And the Red Sox are back ahead 3-2.
For a team like Boston that normally did not steal bases in their history, I mean, now they're playing a complete game. They do not have the power that they've had in the past, so A lot of these guys are good base runners with speed. They're more athletic now, and that allows them to steal bases.
And some of these are against Rivera, obviously, but also Posada's throwing not very good.
Well, I think from my perspective, they're all against Rivera. I mean, I agree with you. He didn't make great throws, but he's rushed because the guys are running, and he knows he has little chance of throwing them out unless he gets rid of it very quickly.
Scudero fouls one quickly behind in the count 0-2. A single by Kalish that brought Bill Hall to the plate. While Hall was up there, Kalish stole second, and then he stole third. That brought the infield in. Hall hit a shot right under the glove of A-Rod, who could not react quickly enough. That tied the game. And then with Lowell up, Hall stole second. Then he stole third. The infield came in again. But Lowell hit the fly ball into medium deep center, plenty deep enough to get Hall home. Bill Hall had 6 steals this year, and he gets 2 here in the 9th inning. And each a key. 4 steals in the inning against Rivera and Posada. Teixeira goes over, but the wind got hold of that one and blew it not just out of play, way out of play.
There was almost a routine pop up to second base. It ends up being out of play. The wind is so strong.
In the Boston bullpen, it's now a save situation, and it is only Papelbon. Bard had been up as well. Now Papelbon getting ready for the save situation, last of the 9th, and the Yankees will have the top of their order. They'll make him run the gauntlet. Jeter, Swisher, Teixeira, A-Rod due 4th. In right center, Granderson, Scudero retired. But Boston, with a 2-run inning made out of 2 singles and 4 stolen bases and a fly ball from Mike Lowell. Papelbon coming in, Jeter coming up. Do what Rivera could not do tonight. Get the save in a 1-run game.
Well, John, he has struggled as well this year. This has been an unusual year for him as well.
Papelbon got a save here in Friday night's game, but gave up a run. He came in with a 3-run lead. And Mark Teixeira hit a home run against him in the 9th inning of that game. There is Josh Reddick taking over in right field, replacing Bill Hall. And Mike Lowell, after pinch hitting for Anderson, the first baseman, takes over at first base. Derek Jeter, the top of the order for the Yankees, coming up against Papelbon. In the rain, That rain getting a little heavier now. It's not a heavy rain yet, but heavier than it was. Papelbon with a 3.94 ERA. Most of the runs he has allowed this year have come in 5 games. Papelbon for the season has allowed 28 earned runs, and 18 of them were in 5 games.
And most of those were in April, the very beginning of the season.
Here's Jeter, 0 for 3. And the high fastball, a foul out of play, 93 miles an hour from Papelbon. It's wet here in New York, for sure. And the strong wind still blowing. 7 blown saves overall, and 7 home runs allowed. And all of those, the blown saves, the earned run average, the home runs allowed, all the most he's ever had, or in the case of the ERA, the highest he's ever had. Rivera got touched up for 2 here in the 9th. Right field, Reddick looking up into the rain. 1 away. Jeter 0 for 4. He had a 14-game hitting streak coming into this one.
Well, the Yankees still have padding if they lose this game, but they showed how important this game was by switching from Dustin Mosley to Phil Hughes, by bringing in Mariano Rivera for a 4-out save that he doesn't finish off. So there will be questions to be answered after this game, and will continue until they finish this playoff run off.
And there's no rest for the Yankees. They have to fly to Chicago and or to Toronto and go up against a team that's hit more home runs than any team in the majors.
And they play again tomorrow. Their off day is not till Thursday.
Well, if you lose this ball game, that's the way you want it. You wouldn't want a day off to stew over this.
Nick Swisher, high and tight for ball. And they did get a strong start for the first time in a while from Phil Hughes. 6+ innings, 1 run, 3 hits allowed.
I mean, they may be limping to the finish line, but guess what? You built up a big enough lead. You played well enough early in the year that you can afford to do this and still get into the playoffs.
Swisher 0 for 3 in the game. 0 for 6 lifetime against Papelbon. And there's a splitter a little bit low. And it's 2-0. The Yankees, with a magic number of 3, any combination of Yankee wins and or Red Sox losses equaling 3, and they will clinch no worse than a berth in the as the wild card team in the postseason. Fastball just off the outside. Papelbon looking in at Phil Cuzzy, wondering, wait a minute, what? 3-0 the count. In the wild card, the Yankees still by 5.5 over Boston. But it would be 4.5 if the Red Sox can hold on to this one. 3-1. Mark Teixeira on deck. A-Rod behind him.
The half game comes from a game's played. It'll only be 4 out in the loss column.
The Red Sox play all week. They have no more days off. They go to Chicago for 4. And the Yankees come to Fenway next Friday. High and foul and out of play. Swisher has hit 28 home runs this year. Teixeira on deck, 32. A-Rod has hit 29, including 1 tonight. 3-2 the count to Nick Swisher. David Ortiz. Not sure if he'll even be a Red Sox player by next year. Although it seems to me the odds are pretty good. He had a pretty good year for them. Is having. 3-2 the count. That's a base hit. And a pinch runner will go in for Swisher. Eduardo Nunez. Now, Papelbon is not necessarily great at holding would-be base stealers on either.
No, I've said every closer I've known is not good at holding them on.
And this is the thing about September. When you get up to September call-ups and you get your roster expanded past 25, it's a specialty part of the roster now that you can expand and have guys that just can run. A lot of times your bench players have to do a multiple of things and can't be a specialty at one thing, but there are a lot of fleet-footed guys around the big leagues in September.
Mark Teixeira, the hitter. Strike, and it's 0-1.
He's not as slow in his delivery as Mariano is, but he has the leg kick, and it takes him a while to deliver the ball to the plate. So, I mean, if you're a good base stealer, you could steal off of him as they stole off Mariano. It's just a lot easier when Mariano is pitching.
And the splitter in the dirt, knocked down by Martinez. Big play, keeping the double play in order and keeping that possible tying run at first base and out of scoring position.
Well, it's a tough call for Girardi to send him because you have Teixeira coming up next. Well, you have Teixeira up, and then you have A-Rod behind him. So it's tough to give up an out trying to steal a base. If you're sure he can make it, then you go ahead and let him go.
So maybe he's just in there in case they hit a tweener or run down the line, get extra speed. That's the possible tying run. It's given no indication of running.
Ooh, nasty pitch right there. This is late, it's sharp, it's right down the middle, so you know you're going to probably get a swing. But this to finish on that pitch, even took Victor Martinez's glove down with it just to catch it at 87 miles an hour. The swing and the miss, Martinez, you see the glove, and it even impacted that. It was a very heavy ball.
Teixeira only one hit in 10 lifetime at-bats against Papelbon. The one hit, though, was a home run. One out, runner at first. Off the outside. 2-2.
Well, we've seen some good at-bats by Bill Hall against Rivera, and that's a good take there by Teixeira from Papelbon.
Nunez, by the way, does have 4 steals in the brief time he's been up with the Yankees in 4 attempts. He's not running. That's a base hit. Reddick gave a deke as if he were going to catch it and then fired in towards second. Here comes A-Rod.
You know, if you're Joe Girardi, you wish you could have sent Nunez to get him in the scoring position because they would not have walked Teixeira anyway. But you just don't want to take that kind of chance, especially with players who are not playing here every day, and you know that their pedigree, that you know that they can steal that base when they need it. So I think he did the right thing by just letting Teixeira take his at bat and letting A-Rod take his at bat.
Alex Rodriguez has a home run. This was the one he hit against Papelbon in the 9th inning on Friday, his second home run of the game. And then he hit one against Okajima in the 9th inning. Tonight he hit an opposite field home run in the 7th inning against Matsuzaka to put the Yankees ahead. And now he comes up, and again his team is trailing by a run. A-Rod with 4 homers and 6 RBIs in this series in 3 games. All of his hits have been home runs in the series. He's had 2 homers in his career against Papelbon in 13 at-bats. A base hit, though, could tie this game. The speedy Nunez at second. And a slider spins in there at the knees.
Remember, they approached him with all fastballs from Daisuke, and the last fastball that he hit for the home run was the worst fastball. It got the most plate. Start him off with the breaking ball here to get him off the sequence.
That rain that was falling is, I don't know if it's completely disappeared. It's a light mist if it's raining at all now. Nunez, the possible tying run at second. Teixeira, the possible winning run. Nunez is running. He seals it.
Man, that shows a lot of confidence in that young fellow to let him steal that base. But Papelbon takes a look at second, and then he goes to the plate. And you can see he was running all the time, even though it was a lot closer play than you would want it in this situation.
Clearly was in there. Victor Martinez. Oh, man.
Well, interesting, it looks like they're going to play the infield halfway, which means they can go for the double play if the ball's hit sharply at one of the infielders, or if it's not, they can charge and come home.
It was a great throw by Victor Martinez down there to third. Looked like Adrian Beltre was a little surprised. His footwork wasn't very good to be able to get the tag in there.
Well, now they've moved back to double play position.
A double play ends the game.
Right, they've moved back.
But if they don't turn the double play, the tying run scores. First baseman Lowell on the bag with Teixeira. A little bit below the knees.
And remember, Teixeira's not running that well. He's got the bad toe. So, it'd have to be a long extra base hit in order for him to score from first base.
Another thing on that, Nunez running for third with A-Rod up there, it opens the hole, right? Because Beltre has to leave his defensive position.
But I would think that a veteran like A-Rod would never swing when he takes off like that. He would give him the opportunity to steal the base, which he did.
2-1 the count. And the curveball in there. Strike two.
Jonathan Papelbon has thrown two high-quality pitches the last two pitches. The fastball low, which is the turning pitch in the 1-1. It looked to me like it was a strike. I don't know where K-Zone had it. Looks like K-Zone had it as a strike. It was called a ball. 2-1 now. He comes back with a breaking ball, and look how good that pitch is. He stays with pitcher's pitches in this situation, even though he was behind in the count.
2-2 the count. 2 men on, 1 man out. 3-2 Boston. That one got away from him.
Well, I actually thought that was the pitch that he would throw. Fastball in, because he's made a couple of quality pitches away to A-Rod. And he said, well, let me see if I can go in, because it's been obvious that they wanted to pitch A-Rod in all night long.
And now pinch runner's going to go over to first base for the Yankees. Ramiro Pena replaces Teixeira in a running situation with 1 out.
I think they're going to send him. And two things will happen. You stay out of the double play, but you got to figure strike him out, throw him out, what could happen there. But I think if you're the Yankees, everything's in your favor, because Martinez can't just come up and throw to second. He has to check the runner at third before he throws to second base.
Papelbon gets a lot of strikeouts, 72 strikeouts in 64 innings before tonight. Nunez, the possible tying run at third. Pena, the pinch runner. Both of them are pinch runners. The possible winning run at first. And likely running with this pitch. He goes. No swing.
And that was a nasty pitch, too.
The bases are loaded.
Man, I'm seeing guys take pitches in these clutch situations that are very close to the plate with 2 strikes, and they're taking them. That pitch there was close. And watch this pitch. Man, that's a close pitch, and I think the umpire's fooled because they caught it. When he caught the ball, it was very low, but when it crossed the front of the plate, it was above the knees.
John Farrell out to the mound. And Robinson Cano, an MVP candidate, is coming up in a spot where a base hit to the outfield would likely win the game for the Yankees.
We talked about the tightening of the race and how voters would watch Robinson Cano a little closer because they're not blowing it away as they walk into the playoffs. Well, if they make it to the playoffs, it's going to be close. And this at bat right here could make their magic number 1.
And look at his numbers when he's batted with the bases loaded. He's hitting .588 with a couple of grand slams for the year. And
the only difference with Robinson Cano is he's a little more of a free swinger than, say, A-Rod is, in these situations. So he has to be patient now. We've seen A-Rod be patient, Teixeira be patient. Cano has to be patient and make sure he gets a pitch to hit. He doesn't have to get a base hit. Papelbon has to get him out. That's the thought process he has to have right now. So he has to make sure he gets a pitch that he can handle.
And he is generally a very good contact hitter. 4 hits and 16 at-bats lifetime against Papelbon. And he had the sinking action on it, down and away, ball 1.
And that's what I was talking about. So he doesn't have to get a hit right there. Papelbon has to get him out. So he has to come to him. So he did not chase that pitch out of the strike zone. Make him throw a strike, and then put your best swing on it.
Nunez at third, Pena at second, the runners with which the Red Sox are most concerned. They have a 1-run lead. They got 2 runs against Rivera to come from behind in the top of the inning. And now the Yankees, with the bases loaded, still down by a run, but a base hit away from coming back to win it anyway.
Good patience again. That's the way you're supposed to hit with these situations. A lot of times guys get over anxious, they get nervous, they want to do something right away, and they just start hacking. Now he should zero in on a pitch right where he wants it. If it's not there, go ahead and take it, even if it's a strike.
2 balls, no strikes to Cano. So all the pressure is on Papelbon now. He needs a strike. Base hit! Nunez ties it, and being held at third is Pena. Robinson Cano has tied the game on a 2-0 pitch with a base hit to right.
Well, what happened there is not necessarily getting a pitch to hit. The pitch looked like it was a good sinker from Papelbon, but he knew it was going to be a fastball. He knew exactly what was coming there. And there's a fastball away, sinker down, or splitter. Now there's the fastball, and he hammers it into right field for a base hit.
You're so right, Joe. The fact that he knew it was a fastball, he saw the middle of the plate, the movement took it to the outside corner, but he put a great swing on it and hit it hard.
And now Jorge Posada. And the Red Sox bring the corner infielders into the edge of the grass. The middle infielders are in halfway.
Well, he's in the same situation that Cano was in. Make him give you a pitch. Make him get you out.
3-3. A blown save for Papelbon. And now he's just trying to hold the line and get the game into extra innings. Still with the bases loaded, only 1 out. Posada's hit 2 grand slams this year. 2 for 11 lifetime against Jonathan Papelbon. And the breaking ball is low.
Remember when Beltre hit the ball by A-Rod and Joe talked about no halfway? Well, they're going halfway here, Boston in the infield, because of Posada's speed at the plate.
Yeah, or lack of speed.
Lack of speed. 39-year-old legs at the plate. So you can go halfway up the middle and still on a routine ground ball, even a chopper, you can get Posada on a double play.
But the problem is the runner at third has some speed.
Well, Posada chased the high fastball.
That's what you call getting yourself out instead of letting Papelbon get you out. I mean, you're in a situation with the bases loaded. Everything is in your favor. You make him give you a pitch to hit. And you can see this pitch clearly out of the strike zone and running away.
Very late. 1 ball, 1 strike to Posada. Tonight he is 0 for 3. 39 years old, Jorge Posada. The Yankee went back to their World Series win under Joe Torre all the way back in '96. And that's foul to Mick Kelleher, the first base coach. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Posada. Posada, Jeter, Mariano Rivera, Andy Pettitte. Those 4 all go back to that run that began in 1996. Rather remarkable. 4 guys still playing together at a high level. all these years later. 25 pitches already for Papelbon in this inning, most of them under duress. Real high-stress inning for him. Bases loaded, 1 out. Ooh, that one looked pretty good. Did not get the call.
Well, Papelbon definitely wanted this pitch. It looked like it tailed back a little bit.
Here's what K-Zone says.
Well, it says it was strike 3.
2-2 the count to Posada. Berkman would be next. The possible winning run. Ramiro Pena at third. Struck him out with the splitter or the changeup.
Well, that's what we're talking about, why it was so good. The previous hitter, Cano, did a great job of not going out of the strike zone, and we saw Posada go out of the strike zone not once, but twice. He goes out of it twice. He chased the high fastball. Now he chases the breaking ball down in the, well, it's not quite in the dirt, but below the knees. And he's way out in front. It looks like a splitter to me.
Now Lance Berkman. He struck out twice and then went back to the pitcher.
Well, the one thing that Berkman will do is he will get a pitch to hit. He will not chase a lot of pitches out of the strike zone, so he's going to get a pitch to hit. Just a matter of whether he can put a good swing on it or not, but he doesn't chase a lot of pitches out of the strike zone, especially when he's ahead in the count.
Three men on, 2 men out. And that is too low. And Berkman will make it throw a strike.
Exactly. And now he's in the same position Cano was in. He knows he's going to get a fastball. So he's supposed to look for the fastball to be where he wants it. And like I said, even if it's a strike, you don't have to swing at it if it's not exactly where you want it. You look for the pitch in the zone, and if it's not there, go ahead and take it.
So Berkman, a longtime star with the Astros in the National League, trying to get the walk-off as a Yankee, his new ball club. 2-0 the count. High in the air to right. Read it. Plenty of room.
Well, he got the fastball right in the middle.
And we are going to go into extra innings. The Red Sox with Patterson, Victor Martinez, David Ortiz coming up. Each team's closer blowing a save in the 9th inning. And now Jabba Chamberlain comes in for the Yankees for the 10th. For the 2010 season, and we hadn't had enough of it just yet, so we're going to overtime. Red Sox Yankees. Jabba Chamberlain comes in to relieve Mariano Rivera, who got his 3rd blown save in the month of September, all in the last 15 days.
And you think about Joe Girardi wanted to start Phil Hughes tonight to rest the bullpen, and we get into a game where he might have to go deep into the bullpen again. 15 relief outings over the last 4 days for the Yankee bullpen because the starters had not gone deep into the game. The longest outing they had was 5 1/3 by CC Sabathia on Thursday. They had an outing of 3 innings, 3 1/3, and 4 2/3. Around that, Phil Hughes did the job tonight, but now with extra innings, more tax on the bullpen.
Jabba Chamberlain is the 4th bullpenner to be used in the game. Greg Golson now in right field for the Yankees. And Juan Miranda now at first base. Remember, they ran for Mark Teixeira with Ramiro Pena representing the possible winning run, but they could never get Pena home. So now they'll have to play without one of their top bats and great defenders, Mark Teixeira. And a fastball in there for a called strike to Eric Patterson from the hard-throwing Jabba Chamberlain. Mariano Rivera, 1 1/3 innings, 2 runs, 2 hits allowed, and 4 stolen bases in the 9th inning. I'm wondering if that's ever happened to Rivera in all his many years as a relief pitcher. I'm guessing not.
I would guarantee that's the most stolen bases he's given up in one inning.
I don't know if anyone's given up
ever
in the 9th inning of a ball game that many stolen bases in the 9th inning.
2 by Kalish, who was the possible tying run, and then Hall knocked him in, and then Hall stole 2, and they got him in as well with a fly ball. Patterson, remember there's a lot of wind here tonight, and Brett Gardner almost back to the infield. And Patterson was at second base as Gardner made the sliding catch.
Well, we talked about the wind blowing in hard, and that ball was up pretty high, so it had a lot of opportunities to be hit by the wind and blown back toward the infield.
It's like the Candlestick Park in San Francisco, and used to call when the real heavy wind was coming in, they called it the Hawk. Looked like they brought the Hawk in here to Yankee Stadium tonight on that one. Now Victor Martinez has had 2 singles with an RBI, has grounded out and struck out. The curveball too low.
Kerry Wood has pretty much replaced Jabba Chamberlain for any chance in the 8th inning, but Jabba throwing the ball the way he is right here really going to shorten the game for the Yankees in the playoffs. If he can throw this 95, 97 mile an hour fastball he's got and that sharp breaking ball we just saw.
Well, Girardi was talking about late in games. He really likes Kerry Wood for the 8th and Mariano for the 9th, of course. He likes the left-hander Boone Logan, but he also likes Jabba and Robertson.
Robertson's been outstanding too.
In the 7th inning, but Jabba maybe even in the 6th inning.
The most vulnerable part of their roster now is their starting rotation. After CC, who's going to step up?
Guarding the line was Miranda. The ball hit right to him. Otherwise, that might have gone down the line for extra bases. Boston tied the game in the 9th inning. Ryan Kalish got the base hit against Rivera. And then with Hall up there, he stole second base. And then he stole third. Not even a throw. And Hall, with the rain falling, knocked him in with a base hit. That tied the game. Then Hall took off with Lowell up there. No throw. And he took off again. And stole it easily. And then Lowell hit the fly ball to Granderson. Plenty deep enough. Rivera knew it. As Hall came in to score. 3-2 Red Sox. Jabba Chamberlain, with David Ortiz coming up, is out of the game. And Boone Logan, the left-hander, to face Big Papi to try and keep him in the yard. 3-3 in the 10th inning. 2 down, nobody on. We'll be right back. Baseball in the pennant race. Major League Baseball, and the hunt for October continues Wednesday. First at 4:30, the Florida Marlins and the Atlanta Braves trying to stay alive in the wild card. Then at 10 Eastern, the Diamondbacks trying to play spoiler in San Francisco against the Giants. Wednesday Night Baseball, part of Lee Jean's Hunt for October on ESPN and ESPN3.com. Baseball tonight will be on from 8:30 until 10 Eastern with updates from all the pennant race action. Boone Logan, strike one call to David Ortiz. Lefty versus lefty. Jabba Chamberlain got his 2 hitters out. Ortiz tonight 0 for 3 and was walked intentionally back in the 8th inning. It's staying fair, and Logan tags him out. Now the Yankees coming up again. Granderson, Brett Gardner, and Derek Jeter, the 3 due, and Hideki Okajima, the left-hander, will come in from the Boston bullpen. Is Hideki Okajima on in relief of Jonathan Papelbon, who was not able to get the save for Daisuke Matsuzaka. In fact, he did a pretty good job just keeping the Yankees from winning. They had the tying run home and the bases loaded with only 1 out. And he got Posada and Berkman, and those 3 runners were left on base. Sports Center right after the game. Stay tuned for that. A lot going on in the world of sports, and to get the whole story on Sports Center coming up next. Derek Jeter due up 3rd here in the 10th inning against Okajima. Curtis Granderson 0 for 3 in this game. Grounded out, popped out, and hit a shallow fly ball. Okajima gave up a home run to Granderson yesterday in the 9th inning. Although the score at the time was 7-2 Boston when Granderson hit it. He's been hitting a lot of home runs here lately. And the curveball in there for a strike. Okajima, who's got an unorthodox kind of a style where he looks right down to the ground just before he throws the pitch.
Yeah, one of the few people in the big leagues that doesn't really keep the head on the target. Almost clears his head so his shoulder can make a clean course to the home plate.
One and two the count. That's a base hit.
That's one of the things that Granderson was not doing earlier in the season. After a breaking ball, he was not able to handle the fastball in. And he gets the fastball in, and he's able to shorten his swing enough. He had a longer swing earlier in the year. This is the, short, quick, compact swing. And he rips it to right field for a base hit. Watch how compact this swing is. Once he starts, very quick through the zone.
Granderson, who used to be a guy who could steal bases with the Tigers, as Gardner comes up. By the way, let me correct myself. Granderson did not homer against Okajima yesterday. He homered in the inning prior to that. It was A-Rod who had the home run against Okajima. Granderson hit one against Daniel Bard, which is pretty impressive as well. Bard bringing it 99 miles an hour. One ball and no strikes to Gardner. There's Derek Jeter on deck. Gardner 0 for 2 with a walk. And he was thrown out trying to steal in the 8th inning. 3-3 in the last of the 10th. Final home game for the Yankees here in 2010 in the regular season. Trying to snap a 4-game losing streak. Gardner shows bunt, takes a strike this time. Beltre very shallow at third, right on top of him. Lowell, who has to hold against the runner, gets a later break. But Joe, you want to ordinarily, if you're going to bunt to the first baseman, is that
correct? But with the speed of Granderson at first base, they're not going to take a real chance unless it's a sure thing. So, I mean, if he just deadens it anywhere out there, it should work.
There's the bunt. They're going to have to hurry on this. He's got great speed, and it hits him. Granderson to third. And Martinez is down and not able to get up just yet. He hurt himself making that play.
Well, what's happening is that when Francona came out, he wanted to find out where the runner was when the throw got to the bag. But it looked like it was pretty clear cut that he was running right there, right where he was supposed to be. Well, this is why I say with the speed of Granderson, you do not have to bunt the ball at first base. Just deaden it anywhere out there. And you can see he is clearly running down the line and touches the bag. That's a very close call.
Tell you what, he looked like he was inside the line.
Right. It was very close call at first base. But you have to come back inside to touch it.
Looked like Victor Martinez, as he made that throw, came off the ground, and when he landed on his left foot, it looked like his ankle turned. Take a look.
Watch Phil Cousy come out from home plate, and he is watching the play. He is dead on the play. And it is his call when this ball hits him.
Well, I agree with him. It's the right call. I mean, he's running right down the line.
You see there where Martinez, that left ankle twisted. But he's staying in the game. So a single for Brett Gardner. And then error is charged to Victor Martinez, allowing Granderson to go to third. They're going to walk Jeter intentionally here to load the bases. Then they'll have to bring the infield and the outfield in. On deck for the Yankees is Greg Golson, not Nick Swisher, who was lifted for a pinch runner in the 9th inning. So they got the rookie Golson on deck. Well, speed has had a big aspect of this game, as the Red Sox stole the 4 bases in the 9th inning against Rivera. And now the Yankees' speed. Granderson's got a lot of speed, and Gardner's got great speed. So Jeter gets the walk, and the bases are loaded. Golson's going to go back into the dugout.
John, we're witnessing the new American League East where they're bunting and stealing bases. The old American League East, they just waited for the 3-run homers and did not steal any bases. The new American League East.
Marcus Thames comes out. The big right-handed hitter will pinch hit for Golson. And we'll see what Terry Francona has in mind. Now, he's got a right-hander. Looks like Atchison is the right-hander up in the Boston bullpen. So Marcus Thames, who has extraordinary power. That is Atchison in the foreground, and Hill, the left-hander, behind him. But no move made by Terry Francona. So,
well, I think Okajima matches up better against Thames probably than anyone else because he can throw a lot of off-speed pitches and mix in a little cutter or fastball inside.
Thames 2 hits in only 3 career at-bats against Okajima. The infield in, the outfield is in. And it curves him for a called strike. Marcus Thames has been platooning at DH with Lance Berkman. And he's hitting .300 against left-handed pitching. Although he's got a lot of power against right-handed pitching as well. He just has a lot of power, period.
Well, after that first pitch strike, now he can throw 2 pitches out of the strike zone and hope he chases one of them.
Juan Miranda on deck. And the changeup off the outside. Out of the strike zone, just as you surmised, Earl.
Well, I still think he can throw a pitcher's pitch here because it's a long way to get out of a bases loaded no-out jam without giving up a run. So you're not pitching conservatively at all. You have to go to the edge of what you do best and just hope you get good results.
Another curve off the inside. 2-1. Now what?
Thames is a good fastball hitter, and they're trying to stay away from it. And that's why I say he matches up okay with him because he throws a lot of off-speed pitches.
But he's gone out of the strike zone a couple of pitches.
Well, you got to go back in, and now you trust your defense. But you got ahead with the first pitch, which gave you the room to try and get him to chase those 2. And Thames did a great job not chasing him. Now you've got to go strength against strength.
2-1. Changed up on it.
Yeah, I can't see him throwing him a fastball anyway. Now he may throw one up and out of the strike zone to get him to chase it, but I don't think you'd take a chance here with a 2-2 count. But he did come with a changeup. Tim's way out in front.
Okajima's throwing him 1 strike, the first pitch. Other than that, 3 balls, and he did chase one of them. He's still got an even count.
2-2. The infield in all the way around. The outfielders are also in. Caught beautifully by Beltre. The force out, and there was nobody at third, and Martinez saw that he had some time to go back to third, but there was nobody there. Beltre had to go to his left to glove that ball. But what a pickup on a tough in-between hop.
Well, he's one of the best defensive third basemen in the game, and this is that in-between hop. And he comes up with it, times it perfectly, and he makes sure he comes home. No one can get to third base on this play, so nothing else you can do. You're just happy to get one, to be honest with you, because as hard as that ball was hit, the game could have been over.
So Granderson forced out. Now Gardner at third. And that also makes more trouble because Gardner is one of the fastest runners in the American League. And John Farrell, the pitching coach, out to the mound as they conference with Okajima, Martinez. All of the infielders gathering around as well with instructions on not only this hitter, Juan Miranda, but also about how Terry Francona wants his defense to play. Miranda has seen Okajima one time, and Okajima struck him out. Lefty versus lefty here.
But I think what he also talked about is what will we do if we think the squeeze is on or something. You have to be prepared for anything at this point.
Miranda called up from AAA Scranton Wilkes-Barre 2 weeks ago today. Also was up a couple of other times earlier this year. Had 15 home runs in 80 games in AAA ball. Middle infielders are halfway. Curveball. Misses. 1 ball, no strikes. The outfielders are all still in. They've got to be into a spot where they feel they can catch a fly ball and still keep Gardner from scoring. Although Reddick, I guess Reddick is set up to try and come running in for a pop fly because he's medium deep and right. There's that changeup. 1 ball, 1 strike.
He starts him out with the breaking ball, misses, but the changeup come back looking like he's giving in with the fastball that gets him way out in front.
Okajima has a changeup, and he also has a splitter. Got them both.
I don't know if you'll see a lot of splitters in this situation because if he bounces it, the game's over.
Especially with Gardner at third.
But I think the changeup is more effective anyway.
Alex Rodriguez on deck with 1 out. And the ball down and in. 2-1.
I have to give the hitters a lot of credit. We've seen very few hitters go out of the strike zone in these clutch situations, and the game's on the line. We saw Posada do it, and we saw Timms do it also. But overall, I think the hitters have done a pretty good job of forcing the pitchers to give them a pitch to hit.
Miranda, born in Cuba, trying to win one for the Yankees here in New York. Curveball is low.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They're making these pitchers give them something to hit.
Nick Swisher no longer in the game, but still in the dugout, leading the cheers.
Well, Okajima right there trying to feast on the youth, and Miranda thinking that a young hitter in this situation trying to win a game would swing the bat. He made that breaking ball look like a strike, end up a ball. With great discipline in taking that pitch to get the 3rd ball.
So Okajima's gone as far as he can go. There's nowhere to put Miranda. If he misses with another pitch, the game is over. Juan Miranda, who's been around for a while, he's 27 years old. A chance to be the hero for the Yankees. Here's the big pitch. He walked him. Randerson scores. And the Yankees have clinched no worse than a tie for the wild card. Brett Gardner scores the winning run from third base on the walk to Miranda. So after all of the action in the 9th inning, 2 closers blowing saves, and so much going on, a rather anticlimactic finish, a bases-loaded walk is how the Yankees win this one and end their losing streak. And the Chevrolet player of the game, how about Juan Miranda? The walk-off walk.
Well, I think that's a good choice, simply because here's a young guy put in that clutch situation, bases loaded against the Boston Red Sox, and he does a great job shows a lot of discipline for a young hitter.
So the Yankees win a game that they really badly wanted to win. They gained ground on first place Tampa Bay. First place is still very much a possibility for them as they hit the road for the final week of the regular season, including 3 at Fenway next weekend. Juan Miranda, game-winning RBI, 4-3 Yankees. Sports Center is coming up next on ESPN. Stay tuned for that. And thank you for tuning in again, our 21st season of Sunday Night Baseball. And as always, it's been a pleasure. This has been a presentation of ESPN, the worldwide leader in sports. For Joe Morgan, Oral Hershiser, and our entire Sunday Night Baseball crew, John Miller saying good night to you from New York.